Call the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 16th to order. For the invocation this evening, I know I saw Reverend Fields. There he is. It's hard to find everybody in a crowd. If you would please give us the invocation this evening, and then we will also do the pledge right after.
Let's all stand. Oh, wise, eternal Father, we first of all thank you for allowing us to arrive here safely, coming over the dangerous highways. We ask that we invoke your presence even in this meeting, that you might have your way even in the discussion of the county matters. We're asking a blessing upon us, and as we go home again, give us a safe trip back home. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Can you all stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. In attendance this evening from the Mattaponi District is Mr. Floyd Thomas. From the Madison District is Mr. Clay Forehand. From the Port Royal District is Miss Nancy Long. From the Reedy Church District is Mr. Reggie Underwood. From Western Caroline, Mr. Jeff Black, and I am Jeff Seeley from the Bowling Green District. We will go to opening board comments. Mr. Thomas. I'm going to do that after opening board comments because we always tend to want to add something.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Seeley. I do have a couple of just quick opening board comments. One is the ministers' conference that I've been working with, and I'm not a minister, Reverend Fields, but the ministers' conference that I've been with wants to use the courthouse lawn on the National Day of Prayer, which is May 5th at 6 p.m. They would like to do a community-wide prayer service. And I understand to use the courthouse, we need concurrence from the board and from the judge. So since it's May 5th and this is February, I was hoping staff would be able to ask the judge and get the judge's approval by the time we have our meeting in March. If that's okay with the rest of the board. So it's a community-wide.
You want to add that as an agenda item rather than make a motion and do that now? How about if we just add that?
I can add that under new business if you would like, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to. And my last one is agenda related. If we could possibly move agenda item 12, which is our discussion of the internet options that we have, if we could move that right after public comments, because I have a couple of people who have said they wanted to be here, so I wouldn't want them to sit through all the public hearings for Walmart, if that's possible. And that would be it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Forehand?
A couple items. 3 p.m. this Saturday, the Ladysmith Volunteer Fire Department will have a grand reopening. Again, at 3 p.m. That is open to the public, I believe, and locals, everyone's invited to attend that. Also wanted to just say thanks to the school board and Dr. Parker and the Board of Supervisors, my fellow members, and Mr. Cully. We had a productive meeting last week, about 2.5 hours, covered a lot of ground, and I'm optimistic moving forward that we'll come to something agreeable that we can all work with. Thank you.
Ms. Long?
Yes, I just wanted to let everyone know that we did have a ribbon cutting in the town of Port Royal this Saturday for a new business called Memory Lane on 301. So now when you go down 301, you can stop either at Port Royal Trading Post or at Memory Lane and do some shopping. So we always like to welcome new businesses to the county. Thank you.
Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week I attended the Rappahannock Area Agency on Aging, and would like all of our citizens, particularly our senior citizens, to know that they do have monies available for winterizing homes like they used to. It is based on income, but there is money available. Also, the Rappahannock agency is going to be changing their name because they do provide additional services, Meals on Wheels, and a couple of other services for disabled veterans, disabled folks that we may not be aware of, but certainly the county pays into the Rappahannock area agency. So we need to make sure that our citizens are able to take advantage of that opportunity. So there are funds available, and it's based on income again. You simply need to call the RAAA and have a discussion about having them come to your home and see if they can help winterize some of the homes for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Black?
Just bear with me, I've got several. First of all, I want to thank all the participants, the churches who participated in the Polar Bear Plunge. That actually happened 2 Saturdays ago. It was a great turnout, and it goes to a great cause. We ended up raising close to $8,000. Superintendent was there, so thank you for being there. A lot of community leaders, and it was really cold, but I appreciate the support. The next thing I'd like to, we're talking about, we have, obviously, the superintendent's going to be giving a report to us on the budget in the schools. One of the things I think we need to look at ourselves is the fact that there is quite a bit of county debt that's still out there that's owed to us. And I was wondering if maybe as staff, we could look at possibly doing a collection agency to go after some of this debt that we are owed. So I think that's something that we need to take a look at, because we've discussed that now for, I know we've had some discussions for a little bit, but I'd like to see us kind of move forward on that. Next thing, many of you know there's been 2 bills, one bill in front of the House and one bill in front of the Senate in regards to private water companies, which would be for Caroline Aqua, Virginia. House Bill 611 and Senate Bill 85. I'd like to thank the fellow board members for our resolution. A lot of the information has been cut from those bills. However, one of the things that has passed both houses is the fact that Aqua now, private water companies, will have to, any communication between them and the State Corporation Commission is open. So when we communicate via email, our emails as public officials are open. So it makes the playing field fair on both sides. And then the other thing too, they're going to have to tell their customers in their bills that they're increasing their bills, which only seems fair. The other point number 4, I've had some comments about the light at the intersection of Route 1 and 639. I know at around 5 o'clock that intersection can back up towards 95. I have talked to Sean Nelson and VDOT in regards to possibly getting that light to stay on longer so that commuters heading east and westbound can have more time to get through. And then finally, my last thing, Mr. Chairman, is if we could set a meeting with Chief Loftus and the volunteers. I know one of the things that kind of has been an issue since I've been on the board is, getting volunteers and keeping volunteers in our volunteer departments. If we could sit down with them and kind of pick our brains as far as how we could possibly do that, I think that would be wise on our part. So if there's a possibility that we could meet with them in regards to that, I would appreciate it.
Do you want a whole board meeting, or you want to do a percentage of the board?
We can discuss that. Yeah, I think that would probably be better for everyone.
Do you want to do the whole board?
If the board is amenable to that.
How about if we add that to new business, and we'll discuss
Yeah.
that under new business?
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I just have one comment. I want to thank the county and staff for the flowers to my wife after her surgery. Her outpatient surgery turned into almost 2 days, much to our surprise, and I want to thank everybody for their well wishes during that time. We're almost all the way back, so we're slowly but surely getting there. And I'd like to thank everybody for that. Amendments to the agenda. I have so far, I guess, the ones that we talked about was moving agenda item 12 to after public comment. National Day of Prayer will add to new business, a meeting with the volunteer fire department. I also have a request to pull public hearing number 4, SPEX 2015 from the Terrells for this evening. And I would also like to add to new business a resolution for Katrina Cook that we can talk about under new business. Anything else?
Could you repeat those just to make sure I got them?
Yeah, I have National Day of Prayer, a meeting with the volunteer fire departments, resolution for Katrina Cook, and moving agenda item 12 to just after public comment.
Motion to that effect, Mr. Chairman?
I have a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Motion to second. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. With the agenda, it will stand as approved. First this evening, we have a resolution of appreciation for Mrs. Rosa Bell Quash. And I see Ms. Quash in the front this evening. Good to see you. The resolution is from the board, and the resolution of appreciation for Ms. Rosa Bell Quash for her service to Caroline County. Whereas Mrs. Rosa Bell Quash is a Dawn resident and retired educator who has spent decades serving her native Caroline County in many different capacities. And whereas Ms. Quash is a member of Second Mount Zion Baptist Church, where she has served faithfully for many years in the senior choir, pulpit circle, senior missionary circle, church calendar committee, and scholarship fund committee. And whereas Ms. Quash has served her community, state, and county as a member of the Dawn Area Planning Advisory Committee, Dawn Progressive Association, Caroline Cancer Society Board, McGuire Veterans Volunteer, served Caroline Emergency Relief through volunteer efforts, Caroline Retired Teachers Association, Caroline County Library Board, the Virginia and National Education Association, and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP. Whereas the citizens of Caroline greatly benefited from the knowledge, experience, and compassion she continues to share through her service. And whereas Ms. Quash has been a tireless advocate for her community and the betterment of Caroline County, always willing to go the extra mile on behalf of helping others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby extends its deepest appreciation to Mrs. Rosa Bell Quash for her dedication and service to the citizens of Caroline County and wishes her much continued success in the future. Adopted this 16th day of February 2016, Clerk of the Board, Mr. Charlie Cully, and Chairman Jeff Seeley. Ms. Quash, thank you for all you have done and hope you will continue to do in the future. And Ms. Quash, I was just wondering if you had some words for everybody while you were here this evening.
Well, you want me to say something?
Absolutely. The microphone is yours. You can stay sitting.
I can stand up. I love to stand up. Say what?
You can talk right there.
Okay. I am Roosevelt Courtney Quash. I don't know what I did to receive this honor, but it means a lot to me. I enjoyed everything that I did. I worked with many organizations, and I rode up and down the road, and I carried food to the older people in the community. I carried food to the people who had a lot of children, and I carried food to the sick and veterans. I don't feel like I deserve all of this, but thank you very much for thinking of me, because I haven't been very active in a long, long time. But whatever I did because I love people, especially children. I taught school in Caroline County for many a years, and I always taught first grade. I enjoyed my job, and I enjoyed working with the children. I wish I could have done more. Now, I have been inactive for quite some time now. I beg for the Cancer Society. I beg for many organizations. Whatever I did, I enjoyed doing it. And I thank the Lord for having given me the strength and the comfort to do these things. Right now, I'm not busy. I'm resting from what I did. But everything I did, whether it meant a lot or not much, I enjoyed doing it. I always enjoyed helping older people and children were my specials. And I enjoyed every moment that I spent working with people in the community. I haven't done anything for so long now, I don't even know the people that I used to know. I'm 95 years old, and I'm not doing very much. I guess I'm resting from what I did when I was working. Thank you for thinking about me. I didn't know I did enough to be thought of, but whatever I did, I enjoyed doing it. And I like to work with help the older people, and I like to help the children. And I love all of the people, regardless of color or age or anything. I just love people, and I work with them. Thank you for thinking about me and letting me have this little choir play hard to say what I felt. And again, I thank you again. I'm Roosevelt Courtney Quash.
Thank you, Mrs. Quash. And here is,
Most of you don't know, but Ms. Quash will be celebrating her 96th birthday on February 26th. Floyd, 25th, Floyd. So I'm asking everyone to please rise to your feet and let's sing happy birthday to Ms. Quash. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Quash. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. You know, you're not supposed to mix religion and politics, but the Bible commands that we do for our children and for our senior citizens, for our widow. It's commanded that we do that. Let's pick up that yoke that we need to carry and do for our seniors so we can get our youth back on track. If you want to speak of a role model for the Caroline County, Virginia, for the Commonwealth of Virginia, think of Miss Roosevelt Quash. Here's your role model, standing before you, decades of service. Let's not let her work be in vain. Thank you. Can we ask her to move over? Ms. Quash, we're going to move you a little. We're going to roll you a little forward. Here, and then step forward. Push that. We're going to roll you a little forward. And we're going to put you in the center so everybody can see you. All right? Oh, you got your legs out? Jeff, why don't you come right down back there? I'm not getting in the back row. No, sir.
a lot of folks that left. Any former students of hers still here? I know Jesse. Who else? Stand up. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty impressive. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. You're welcome.
Should be able to hit forward and backwards. Should be the one that you come up.
Next on the agenda this evening is the annual report from the Caroline County Agricultural Fair. And I see their president is here.
You want me to go ahead and start?
You can go ahead and start, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Seeley, members of the board, and county government employees. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Francine Whitaker, and I'm president of the Caroline County Agricultural Fair Association. And it's my pleasure to be here tonight to present our annual report. We are a nonprofit 501c3 organization with our mission to help provide educational activities regarding agricultural history and agricultural and community and business activities in Caroline County. Our primary event is the annual 4-day fair, which in 2015 was held July 8th through 11th. Oops. We felt like it was another successful year. Despite 2 evening thunderstorms and a soggy Saturday morning, we did see an excess of 9,100 people from 59 zip codes, 8 states, and the District of Columbia. The states ranged from Mississippi to Connecticut. We're always looking for new attractions for our fair because we want to have things that will make families want to come out and bring their children. This year, we were able to have the Circus Stella and Mandy the Clown, which were such hits that they are going to return for the 2016 fair. Another exciting thing for us in 2015 is new buildings. We were able to add on to our home goods building by the generous donation of a former county resident that gave us vital storage that we needed for the L.J. Moyer building, and then we added the Heritage Center. These donations were, the Heritage Center was through the Jane and Arthur Flippo Foundation, and the home goods was through the Miss Carrie Ella Teller Gillespie, was a former Caroline resident. And again, these buildings were added with all volunteer labor, and it certainly goes to demonstrate that we have continued support of the fair and its mission here in Caroline. Of course, what is the fair without our free nightly concerts that we're able to provide because we have dedicated sponsors? And we have, of course, our returning favorites, our antique tractors, Caroline's Barn with its variety of animals, your carnival rides and games, and our home goods competitions. And with all the competitions that we have and the various contests, we were awarded over 895 ribbons in 2015. And you can see we have a variety of opportunities for people to come and enjoy and participate in contests and go away with a ribbon. Again, of the various attractions that we have, you can see we continue with petting zoos, kids tractor pull, various racing ducks are always, and the racing pigs are always the races everybody wants to go see. And then again, our educational exhibits. In 2015, we had an exhibit honoring the Vietnam War veterans because this was the 50th anniversary, and that continues for 3 more years, and we will have that exhibit returning for 2016. Of course, it's not possible without sponsors. We have corporate, small business, and individual sponsors. But as you well know, you're one of our biggest sponsors, the Caroline County Board of Supervisors. And without your support, we would not be able to have our annual fair. We are trying to provide affordable family fun. We're continuing to keep admission $5 with 10 and under free, and we have various admission specials throughout the week. We try to bring in 6 packs of notebook paper for free admission. We want to support the school system. We support also the food pantries, bring in 6 food items. You get a free admission. We work with Farm Bureau, the Co-op Connections card, and certainly coupons in a local publication. One of the things we like to do, yes, we have our 4-day fair, but we have other activities as well because we want to give back to the community. We have daycare day, farmer for a day, we do 4-H agricultural days, we have the National Day of the Cowboy, we're a sponsor of the Cancer Society Relay for Life of Caroline County, and of course the Fall Fun Festival, the last Saturday in October. And you again support us in that activity as well. Of course, supporting our youth is what it's all about. We are continuing to support and have increased our support in 4-H clubs. 4-H clubs have taken off here in the county, finally, after having a little stalemate for a while, but we're having more clubs have been developed. We're supporting them with providing categories for them to compete and providing ribbons and cash incentives for them, as well as we are working with the FFA chapter at Caroline High School. Their leader, Mr. Gravitt, comes to our meetings each month to give us an update on activities in that organization. And we're continuing our scholarship in support of the Culinary Arts program at Caroline High School. This year we're giving a scholarship of $500 to a graduating senior who will pursue a culinary arts career. Of course, we're wanting to promote the fair industry. One of the things that we started in May 2013, we reestablished a fair judge educational program working in conjunction with Virginia Cooperative Extension, the Virginia Association of Fairs. And to date, we've been able to provide 9 sessions, with 2 of them being held at the Virginia Association of Fairs annual convention, and we have come up with a pool of 100+ individuals who are qualified to be judges at both the county and state levels. Of course, remember, we are all volunteer. We have no paid staff. So we projected we spent over 9,000 hours in 2015, and as I previously mentioned, we're a nonprofit organization, and again, we try to promote the understanding of agriculture history as it relates to Caroline. One of the things that we are part of the International Association of Fairs and Exhibitions. We belong to that organization to help provide networking and information to us. We also belong to the Virginia Association of Fairs. Our fair manager, Mac Wright, is continuing to represent Caroline and surrounding counties and was reelected as a member of the Virginia Association Board for another 3-year term. And one of the things we do each January is we go to the annual state convention up at the Homestead, and we enter the categories of various categories in the annual communications awards. And this is an opportunity to showcase the various things that we do in publicity. This past year, we entered 23 categories, and we won in 19 categories, as you can see. Plus, we won 3 Best of Show and Best Overall for fairs our size. We are considered a medium-sized fair because of our attendance, and the medium-sized fairs average attendance of 7,000 to 30,000 attendees. But you can see we won Best in Show for our media scrapbook, our fair book, and a web advertisement. One of the things I want to point out here is, I would say at the convention, we really came out looking good. And especially winning Best Overall meant we had the most points of all fairs. And I do want to point out that all of the things that we do with our publicity are possible because we do have in-house graphic design volunteer. And I want to point that out, which saves us a lot of money, and we're very proud of that. I do want to take 1 minute to point out that that person happens to be Ms. Linda Tate, who's in our audience tonight. And she spends a lot of time working on these various items that we have, which is we're very fortunate. Okay, going on, something else exciting at the convention was our Home Goods Chairman, Massine Williams, won the Hazel Staley Volunteer Award. This award was established last year to recognize a volunteer associated with the Virginia Association Fair. This was only the second award. The first award went to her husband, which you see pictured in this picture here, Mr. Merle Staley. So Massine, we nominated her, and she was really the first fair representative to receive this in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So we were very proud of that. It primarily was for her work not only with our Home Goods Committee, but also in reestablishing the Fair Judge School. So we're very pleased with that, and she also is in the audience tonight. Okay. Moving forward, where are we going to go? Well, we're going to continue with community and youth activities, with our prime event being the annual 4-day fair. We're going to add finishing touches to existing buildings, and we hope to hold a grand opening for the Heritage Center. For those of you who came last year, it was a basic building with a couple of things in it, but we're really going to have a grand opening in 2016. We hope to increase sponsorships, and all of you can be a sponsor if you'd like to be, individually. And we hope to increase fair promotion to achieve attendance of over 10,000 in 2016. And certainly we hope for great weather that week as well. This collage of pictures kind of shows what it's all about. You can see we have something for everyone, all ages, all types of activities. And we're continuing for the fair. For this year will be July 13th through 16th. We're continuing with the admission of $5, 10 and under free, and the various promotions that we have done in the past. Again, we want you to save the date for the Caroline County Ag Fair. Will be July 13th through 16th, and it wouldn't be summer without it. And so we certainly will invite all of you to come to that, and we know you will support us as you have in years past as the budget process begins. And I would like to take a minute. I know I have some fair volunteers here, and I'd like for them to stand, if they could, for some recognition. If that would be okay. That's all that I have, unless you have some questions for me.
Questions for board members? Mr. Thomas?
I didn't because I know the answer, but as a statement, I always, whenever we talk about Little League, I always like to mention Mr. Tom Ball because he gave the county the land to use for Little League. So whenever we talk about the state fair, I always have to mention my dear friend, Ms. Ann Tate, who was partly responsible for the fair being there. So,
that's correct.
Mrs. Tate, again, thank you for all you do, and I'll be by for breakfast.
Any other comments from board members? Ms. Long?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you all very much. What an impressive report, and congratulations on all your awards. And I know I enjoy going, and I am going to so enjoy being able to take my grandchildren this year because they're all old enough to go and enjoy it. So thank you for all the work you do for the county.
You're welcome.
Any other board members? I would like to just thank the whole fair committee and all the volunteers for all the work that goes on there throughout the year. It's not just for the 4 days. There are events throughout the year. I know Rappahannock Electric and all the co-ops come there for their rodeo, and the other events in the new buildings are just fabulous, and I just see the fair growing every year, and hopefully we will continue on that trajectory. And again, I'd like to thank all the volunteers and the committee for all the work they do.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Department of Parks and Recreation update. Mr. Donnell Howard.
I'd like to say good evening to all.
Good evening.
It's good to be here again. Just want to give you all a brief update on the Parks and Recreation activity that's going on at this for the last 3 years. So this would be a triennium report that I want to share with you. Just want to share that, first of all, the Parks and Recreation Department over the last 3 years have been expanding in various areas. We have been expanding in areas to address specific needs, especially in the aspects of meeting the needs of pretty much all the citizens, from senior citizens all the way down to toddlers. We have been looking into specific areas and locations and where we can house particular programs at, and we have tried, and we have been reaching out to various areas, as some of you all may know, that we've been going into the Port Royal and Upper Caroline, and we're also looking in areas in the Reedy Church District as well. So we're really trying to reach out and provide services throughout. I want you to be aware that the main facilities that houses our programs definitely is primarily the school system and the community center. In the school system, we utilize the Caroline High School facility. We use the middle school as well as the annex building for our summer camp program, and on occasion the middle school, Caroline Middle School program. We are averaging at this time for the last 3 years in terms of facility hours with those programs. At the C.T. Smith building, we're averaging over 700 hours in terms of operating our programs there. The community center, we're averaging over 775 hours there, or in this facility. The Caroline Middle School is at least used at this time for all, which is 25 hours. And the Caroline High School, we're using 89 hours of time there. And the community center primarily houses the majority of our programs, especially when you're dealing with the sports area. We're looking at the gymnasium, which gets a lot of wear and tear on it, and I'm basically sharing with you all the program registration hours, but not for the rental hours or anything like that. But so we do have the general public renting those facilities as well. But I just wanted to address tonight the actual programs, the program hours that are being used at these facilities. We average for the last 3 years in terms of volunteers, which is heavily needed to address all the concerns that we have and to help our programs to be affordable for our citizens. We average 360 volunteer hours. Primarily, those hours are geared towards our sports programs, because of course those sports programs would not be able to function without the volunteers that we have, the coaches and so forth. So we deal with a lot of coaches coming in, or folks want to volunteer to help out our young children. I want you to be aware that in addition to those hours, we are operating or accepting registration in the amount of about 5,000, those average 3 years, that comes through our office. In the midst of all of that, or in addition to that, what we have also, that does not include our other activity that we are engaged in. We are also engaged in collaborative efforts, in which we're helping out other groups in various communities to try to entertain those communities as well with recreation. Just other things I want you to be aware of, that the longest weekly program that goes on, that is the summer camp program. We average about 40 hours per week in the summer camp program, which goes for 7 weeks long in terms of hours. And the weeks for our football program in terms of months is the longest program that goes from August to November. So So those are the two programs that consumes a lot of our time. We do, I want you to be aware that for our summer program, I have been serving on the Food Resource Council. The concern is that the children would need some meals during the summer, so we've been trying to incorporate that in. In the past, we've done somewhat of that. We tried to do the same thing last year. However, there was a little conflict there, but we're hoping that we will fix that, rectify that situation this year. The conflict that we had was that the meals program, they shifted the hours to bringing food into the county around 1 o'clock, and of course, the children need to eat before that time. So we're trying to compromise some hours right now, and hopefully we would be able to fix that. We're averaging, in terms of number of programs per year, we're averaging about 60 programs a year that we put out. But I want you to know that several of those programs have multiple components to it. In other words, if we are averaging or we're producing a sports program, it could have 4 or 5 divisions or more within that one program. So it's really is calling for a lot of demand to actually run that program, because you have to look over the program in its entirety. With that being said, that's what I wanted to share with you. Just to give you a brief update too on the status or the participation status on the rentals. C.T. Smith, we're averaging about 25 more rentals in the last 3 years. The community center, 26 or more. The rec park, we're looking at about 28, and Lower Massey Park, 75. So that's where we're at. But that does not include those who are taking advantage of the park, because everyone doesn't necessarily have to pay to be users of the park. So some just go ahead and use the park. They just let us know, and we just share with them that if you wanted to just go out and just use it, you're free to use the public park. So there's participation going on, whether or not the reservations are coming through our office. So that's what we're standing right now. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I would like to also say that we are in the process of trying to get an MOU signed with the school to improve the facilities behind Old Ladysmith Elementary School, which I think will also help Parks and Rec in terms of fields and the track being fixed and those kinds of things. So hopefully that will aid in your programs. Are you using Old Ladysmith Elementary for summer programs currently?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir.
and I think we're swapping sides on that, so you should have increased space there as well.
And that would be great.
Anything else from any other board members? Mr. Underwood?
Kind of a sore subject. When the YMCA came into existence, one of the things they talked about was working in partnership with Park and Rec to make sure our citizens from different parts of the county were able to get to the YMCA. Is that happening at all?
I enter into the new year talking to the director at the YMCA, and he and I are supposed to be meeting. But to answer your question more directly, we have not utilized the Y as much. We've had conversations about some programs possibly coming together and trying to get that off the ground. Now, there are some programs that we have going on that they have tried to collaborate with us. And they've helped us some, and we're trying to help them as well along the way. So there is right now some dialogue going on between us.
Because I want to hold them accountable, because part of the reason for supporting the YMCA was that they were going to have transportation to folks from particularly my district in Reedy Church over to Ladysmith, and they were going to provide some transportation. And I don't see that happening. I'm not hearing that that's occurring. So I think maybe, certainly if you can have that dialogue, or certainly I'll
Absolutely.
Interject my thoughts, but I'd like to see that that take place?
Yeah, and perhaps I might be able to help with that as well. And I'm, working, with your district as well, and hopefully be able to, if I get some interest, that I'll be able to help them to get to the YMCA, possibly go swimming or whatever they may want to do over there. So, I'll be talking to the director on that. So.
And finally, if you had to identify your 3 or 2 greatest needs, what would they be right now?
Definitely, we need facilities in particular areas, especially the Reedy Church area, Don area specifically. The park has been a great addition. We need an indoor facility, definitely that. Improve the facilities that we currently have, the one especially at CT Smith and some of the others, and on this side of the county, we definitely could use a fitness center or something over here for the general public, which they're asking about. So,
All right, thank you, Mr. Howard.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, I just have a couple. First of all, and maybe I may have missed it, have you guys offered, what are the new programs? Have you guys offered any new programs, started up anything in the past year that you offered the public?
yes, we have. We offer tumbling. Tumbling started with, actually was a great turnout for that. This year we introduced archery. That is currently being held at the CT Smith indoor facility at the gymnasium. That's currently being held now and over there. And we'll be offering that again. Those are the, let me see. Those are the 2 things that I can think about right now. So.
Now, the other thing too, and I appreciate it, as far as the getting your programs out, how do you work with the schools as far as, do you advertise with them? Or how does that work as far as what programs are available? How do you get that out to a lot of your programs for school-age kids, obviously, so how do you get that out to them? Do you work with them and say, hey, look, here's some advertisements you can pass out, or what's the situation there?
Quarterly, we produce recreation brochures that we put out. We put out about 3,500, and we put a good number into the schools from the elementary to all the way to the middle school ages. We put them into the school system. They've been very generous over the years in allowing us to have that. So we've been able to share the information in that fashion with them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, for your presentation this evening.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Next on the agenda is the presentation of the proposed fiscal year 2016-27 school budget. Dr. Parker.
See if we can. Good evening. Before making comments, I'd like to also thank the board the Board of Supervisors for a robust meeting last week. I think the efforts of collegiality with both boards was impressive. That was a good start to the budget season and process, and I appreciate all those who participated. Mr. Black, I did my share of raising revenue. Just a few weeks ago, I paid my registration for both my vehicles. And I think Sheriff Lipp will be happy about that. So I made sure I was legal and registered all my vehicles. Chairman
Dr. Parker,
Sealy,
did you have a ticket? Is that why you had the sheriff's office is going to be happy, or?
very close to receiving a ticket. Chairman, that's another story.
Late paying.
Chairman Sealy, Vice Chairman Black, and members of the Board of Supervisors, this evening I'll present the proposed school division operating budget for fiscal year 2017. For your consideration. Joining me this evening are members of the Caroline County School Board and members of my senior cabinet. With me at the dais here is Mr. J.D. Martin, Director of Budget and Finance, and he will assist me with this presentation. The school division is requesting an increase of approximately 2.1, over there,
click that little button. There you go. All right. The school division is requesting an increase of approximately $2.1 million of revenue for the 2016-2017 school year. As you can see, state and county funds provide the majority of the financial support for Caroline County Public Schools. Traditionally, state revenue projections have been depressing, to say the least. Since 2009, the state has reduced funding to public education by an estimated $1 billion. From a local perspective, that has equated on average to $2.5 million reduced from the annual revenue for Caroline County Public Schools at the state level. This year, based on the governor's released budget, we are somewhat optimistic that the state will increase spending on public education. Consequently, you will notice a projected increase of $706,909 in state revenue. In terms of major categories, they're listed here before you. State funding is based on a combination of the size of the student population and the county's ability to contribute to school funding. That ability or capacity is assigned a number which is called the local composite index. The state contributes more to less affluent districts. Statewide, the majority of funding comes from local funds. That is not the case in Caroline, however. What you're seeing before you is that our trend follows a little different average than the state. The state's average for funding is state 38%, local 56%, and federal 6%. So we're slightly different from what is considered a normal rate of funding at the state level. In fiscal year 16, revenue from the county exceeded $12 million for the first time since the 2008-2009 school year. However, increases in the Virginia retirement system and health care have hindered any significant gains in educational funding over that period. In fact, because of VRS and health care increases, it is reasonable to say that $12 million today is not the same as $12 million in 2008. Expenditures such as VRS and health care are included in the school division's largest expenditure category. On average, the school division spends approximately 70% of the entire operating budget on instruction, which includes personnel, benefits, and instructional materials. The remaining 30% is broken down among the various categories listed before you: transportation, operations and maintenance, technology, federal grants, and food service. As you can see from this breakdown of major budget categories, the lion's share of the requested increase for fiscal year 17 will be in the area of instruction, which is putting more, in terms of layman's term, putting more resources into the classroom. And there you'll see out of that $2,872,431, $2.3 million of that is projected to be in the instructional areas: salaries, benefits, instructional materials, textbooks, other areas that are listed in the unmet needs. I believe that this slide is important to share with you and the community as validation of our commitment to improving teaching and learning in the school division. This slide provides an estimated increase, the estimated increases in VRS and health care for fiscal year 2017. These figures clearly indicate that when additional staffing is factored into this request, approximately $400,000 of the $2.1 million increase in revenue will be needed just to reach our current level of funding. Prior to the development of this budget, we took a long look at our historical spending to determine whether adjustments could be made to reduce the amount of the appropriation request from the county. We are happy to report that provided the budget is fully funded, the school division would be able to allocate $322,000 to fund some of the unmet needs in the proposed budget. This slide provides some detail on where those funds would be redirected. By reducing seats at the governor's school, we have several years we've had some unfilled seats for students who are attending. By using unspent special ed materials funds, unfilled transportation positions would allow us to reallocate $75,000, and savings in technology staffing would round that figure out to $322,000. Now, in your budget booklets that were provided you on February 8th, you received a complete list of the unmet needs that are listed in the fiscal year 2017 budget. Rather than go individually through that list, what I've done, based on our conversations last week, I've kind of grouped those unmet needs in key areas based on the discussions that we had. How can we get the best return for investment out of this budget? So I know in areas where we talked about raising student achievement, that was one of the areas that we discussed last week. These unmet needs specifically relate to improving student achievement in the school division. So I've grouped them that kind of way so you can kind of, as you look through those unmet needs, you can pretty much see where the return on investment would be from funding some of these unmet needs. By providing paraprofessionals for grades K through 1, we'll be able to improve reading on grade level. By providing teachers at that level with additional supports for small group instruction, and an additional adult in the classroom will also ensure that instruction improves in K through 1. One of our primary goals is to improve the number of students reading on grade level by grade 3, and this is an area that we're working very hard at. Expanding summer school programs. Once we have identified students who need additional assistance, what we're doing is going to expand the summer school programs to provide additional reading and mathematics support for students and avoid summer slide for some students who really start their education degrades over the summer because they're not reading, they're not writing, they're not doing math. So we want to expand summer programs to do that. Adding additional resources to our literacy instruction, such as at the secondary level in particular, where we do not have any, would allow us to assist students who are entering the latter part of middle school and entering high school still reading behind grade level. Currently, we do not have any supports for those students in our instructional program. Professional development for teachers was primarily cut out of the budget. It was a budget cut over several years, and we'd like to start improving our professional development for teachers to provide greater supports in them meeting the needs of students. A math coach at middle school will allow direct support for teachers who work directly with students in math instruction to improve math performance, and then increasing our a bevy of instructional supplies that we need. That's a recurring cost. We would like to improve the amount of instructional supplies and support that we provide teachers. In the area of talent management, and talent management is another one of our key goals. How do we recruit, hire, and retain a competent and highly qualified workforce? And we do that by making sure that we remain competitive in this region. So by unfreezing employee salaries, by placing all employees on their correct step, increasing educational supplements, and returning, we also need to return the capacity of the school division to reimburse our staff for professional travel, something that we took out of the budget quite some time ago. And then there was a question about the reputation and the perceived reputation of the school division. And we had some very good discussion last week about creating a culture of excellence, which is also in my superintendent's post-entry plan. This is an area that we plan to put a lot of emphasis on over the next few years. So how do we create a culture of excellence? How do we improve the reputation of the school division and parents' confidence in the community's confidence in the school division? We do that by making sure that we improve the services that we provide students. We improve opportunities. We improve technology in the classroom and provide the resources necessary for teachers to deliver high-quality instruction. So image and perception can only be reality when certain things are not adequate. But if you provide those things, you meet the level of student achievement that we're expecting to meet, will improve the confidence of the community in the school division. So I've tied some of those unmet needs to some of the key areas that we've had discussion over last week to show you that there is a way to determine return on investment by funding an operating budget. Now, in your packet, you should have received a blue folder from the school division for this presentation. In your packet, based on our discussions last week, there was still some conversation around data. So I've taken the liberties of providing you with some additional data that may be able to answer some of the questions that we had some conversation around last week. You'll have a copy of this presentation, but in the package, you'll also have some regional comparisons between teacher salaries and educational supplements. And that's fleshed out, as Mr. Black had indicated. We added some surrounding school divisions that were not initially in our first comparison. So we've taken the liberty of adding some divisions there. We've given you some information on teacher and administrative turnover. I think there were some questions as far as what was the significance of principal turnover in particular in the school division. And we also gave you some exit survey data that we've been able to pull from some of the exit surveys that we've collected. Domicile information was important. That was something that came up in terms of how many teachers live in Caroline County, how many teachers live outside. I think that's important information because we were talking about cost of living, so I wanted to give you some information. But as I have talked to a few folks, I think it's important to remember that if I wanted to go buy a car right now or a pair of jeans, in many cases I may shop somewhere like in Spotsylvania or some other where. So even though a teacher may live in Caroline County, we're in a regional market because most of their shopping and some of their consumer goods are bought in other areas. So that's important to think about also. But a third of our teachers live in Caroline County. So I wanted to get that information to you just for your information. Per pupil expenditures is always important. We wanted to kind of look at our funding from a different perspective. And the best way to look at funding is through per pupil expenditure. So we broke down our local funding and per pupil expenditure based on the local level, and we took those same districts that we're comparing teacher salaries with, and we compared our per pupil expenditure with each one of those school divisions. And we also included the state average in there as well for your information. And then we're working on some textbook budget information, but I think Mr. Martin can answer any questions about the textbook budget. But I know that was part of our discussion Tuesday, and we'll just stand at the ready to answer any questions that you may have about that. So at this point, I would like to just make some, before going to questions, I'd like to just say that our goal is to ask that Board of Supervisors fully fund this operational budget. I feel that this is a very effectively developed needs-based budget that really is designed to improve in key areas of the school division. Student achievement, maintaining a quality workforce, improving the image of the school division. Okay, and I think we have really taken a real solid look at our historical spending, and we've taken a real conservative approach to identifying key areas that we can use to assist the county in reducing the appropriation from the school division to fund this budget. So I thank you for your time, and at this point, I'd like to turn it over to questions, and Mr. Martin and I will answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Parker, thank you and all of the members of the school board for being here, and do appreciate the meeting we had last week. It does say that we are all moving together forward. But a couple of questions I had, actually four. One, you said in your presentation, you said that the federal spending or average was 2% for Caroline, or it is 2% for Caroline, and the average was 6%. You said that.
I can answer that.
Federal funding.
Federal funding is made up of two components, and if you go back to that slide where the federal funding was listed.
$1,117,000.
Yeah, but
that's the number in your presentation.
What I'm talking about is as a percent of revenue. You'll see, I think one was 2%, but then federal grants are 3%. So to get to the total for federal money, you really have to add the two together.
So it's 5 and not 6?
5, not 6.
Okay.
It's pretty close. Well,
I was 7. I was hoping.
It's not a big part of any school district's budget.
But money. you get $1 million in federal funds. What I was hoping was you would say, yes, it's only 2%, it should be 6%, so we could go back and find that other $2 million the federal government should be giving us.
Wish I could.
So what you're really saying is that that statement wasn't correct for everything. The statement should have said it's 5% and the average is 6, counting federal grants.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that, I was all ready to go to Washington for you, but.
And keep in mind, all federal funds are really earmarked towards, there for a specific purpose. So you're talking special ed, you're talking other things.
Right.
Title I, Title II, you know, there are specific things that federal dollars are tied to, that we can't, so there's no flexibility there.
But if we got another $2 million from the federal government, I could find some ways to use that. But that leads into my second question. The additional $700,000 we get from the state
Yes.
this year, or proposed, if the governor's budget goes
Proposed.
through. Money, additional funds we get from the state are pretty much earmarked for standards of quality.
Yes, sir.
So.
Now, there may be some specialty programs that the governor has in his budget.
Right.
Again, his budget has to get passed, go through 2 houses, and as we receive the other 2 budgets that are through this cycle, we will make adjustments to our calculations based on those revised budgets.
Right.
We're hoping that there's, but
We
we're
understand
hoping that both all stay fairly positive, and we are in that range. Could be more on the brighter side, but once we get a good idea of what budget will be passed, we'll update our figures and update both boards on that.
But again, the point I'm trying to make is, if you get extra funds from the state, those funds are usually directed towards a certain area.
Usually SOQ.
So right, standards of quality.
Yes,
So
sir.
if you got $8 million more from the state, that wouldn't really help the bus drivers or the other paraprofessionals, because it would be standard of quality money.
No, it would not, but indirectly, and Mr. Martin, you can correct me if I'm incorrect, indirectly, it should release funds that are currently being paid by the locality. If they've completely fund the SOQ, there's some things we're doing with salary that may be able to offset based on increased state funding. So we're hoping that that's the case, and that we will be able to accomplish some of our unmet needs with an increase in state funding.
Okay.
But you are correct. Most of their funding would be directly tied to SOQ, the majority.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand points
Okay.
and things of that nature before we deliberate.
And virtually all SOQ funding streams come with the required local match.
Yes,
So that's our 32.4% or whatever.
whatever the composite index number is usually required match. Okay, next to last, you gave us in the blue thing, the blue
Yes, sir.
folder you just gave us, was per pupil spending based on the locality.
Locality per pupil expenditure.
How about per pupil spending total budget,
Total budget, we can get that.
if you would?
We thought you might be interested in where per pupil funding stood from a local lens.
You have that? But you don't, that didn't come from Dr. Parker.
No, I made this myself last.
You have a
week.
per pupil
Yeah, I mean,
one.
per pupil total.
Okay.
That is,
If you could,
the total is 9,145.
yeah, if you
total.
could pass that down to me.
But we
so I
knew it
can
was
see what I'm
approximately
talking about.
9,200, somewhere around that. We know what our total per pupil expenditure would be, but we haven't compared it with the 10 districts that are on
Right, and
on
that's
those
what
2
that's kinda
sheets
what I'm
that you
looking
have.
for. I haven't gotten the sheet yet, but it's $42 million is your budget, and we have less than 4,000 students.
4,200 students.
So it's close to 10,000. 42 million, 4,200, it would be 10,000 per student. The 42 is kind of even out.
No, our per pupil expenditure is around 92, am I correct?
42 million,
Yeah.
42 million is your budget,
42 million divided
and you
by
have 4,200 students. I don't need a piece of paper to do that math.
Right. Well,
42 goes into
let
42
me check
once.
that before I say yes, because I haven't seen anything that says our per pupil expenditure is 10,000 per kid. I'll check that first, just to make sure there are any grants or any other funds that are in that total amount that don't count towards per pupil spending.
Okay. I'm
And
looking at,
the pupil count is, the number that we tend to keep in our heads
Right.
is ADM. But the actual enrollment figures tend to be 50, 60 kids more than that.
and so everybody understands the ADM is what you get state funding for.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
But if you have 75 kids that drop out of school before March 1st, when the ADM number takes advantage, or takes effect, you've basically been educating those kids for free.
No, it doesn't quite work like that.
Well, how does it work
You
then?
take a daily census.
And the state pays you on the daily census?
It just all rolls up. I mean, we just, if you had total enrollment of 10 kids and 8 showed up, okay? And if 8 kids showed up every single day and the random 2 didn't show up any day, you'd have an average daily membership of 8 when you went to do the math, even though your population is 10.
So it's a cumulative average is what you're saying.
But this seems a little different than the information we've had before. I'm going to just state what we were given before, and then I'll move on. We were given before information to make us believe that the ADM, which is the number the state bases its funding on, was based on the number of kids that show up on March 1st.
No,
Now, you're telling me that's not true?
that's not true.
Well, that's what we've
do
been
it.
told before.
Dr. Parker, you do a count so many days into the school year.
September 30th.
September 30th.
September
based
30th.
on- Right, and that number goes into the state,
Yes.
and then your enrollment number will increase, correct? I mean, your membership number will increase. One of those never goes down.
September 30th is the number that the state uses. They also take another
Right.
number, which
In
is
Mar-
March 31st.
That's correct.
But ADM is an average daily membership, and the keyword average.
Right.
ADM is what it stands for.
I mean, it's an average daily membership. So
Right.
just as
Okay.
Mr. Martin said, it's a cumulative average. So if you have one month where you have, your membership is high and another one
That's
where you
correct.
start to lose, it's an average over the course of that time.
That is that what you understand we were told
We'll be
before?
happy to
Well-
provide some information, information on ADM for the board if you'd like to have that, and what it's tied,
guess my
and what type of funding
concern-
it's tied to.
I guess my concern is that when we looked at your numbers, your state numbers for last year, you were down 50 students from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, so your average daily membership dropped 50 students, and the state average on that's what, 5,000 a student?
Yeah, roughly about that much.
So when we look at, and I know where Mr. Thomas is going, when we look at spending and how we're sort of going backwards, we're going backwards because we're losing students in some cases, not because the state isn't paying and not because the county isn't paying. We're just trying to normalize those numbers based on that.
Well, we did reduce, for this budget here, we did reduce the ADM by 5 students to 4175. And while we don't know if we'll hit that 4175, I think latest figures, Dr. Broadus, if I'm correct, was around 4161. So we're in the ballpark of that ADM, of that figure. So we reduced based on last year, and really you're looking at an average so that you can't put your finger on ADM. It's something that you just can't project. You're either going to owe the state money, or they're going to owe you money based on that ADM. So in this particular case, we've kind of lost the last year. We didn't meet the 4180 that we had projected for ADM. So we lowered it by 5 students to see where we are with that, and we'll continue to adjust it. And that's another reason why you don't plan to spend every dollar in a $42 million budget. Because it's a crapshoot. You may owe the state money at the end of the year, or your ADM may not come out where you expected it to be.
Mr. Underwood, you can turn your mic on for that.
All I can say is that
I was biting my tongue.
for the last 5 years, they spent down to the exact penny every year. There's never been money coming back, which if you can budget down to the penny for 42 million, you're doing an awful good job. Just-
Okay. My point in that exercise was to actually figure out total budget divided by average daily membership. So that's all I'm looking for when we talk about comparing us to other localities. Okay?
It's fair. It's a fair question.
And-
We'll give you some information on ADM and how it impacts the funding. In terms of comparing locality to locality with per pupil expenditure, it's a fair comparison.
All I want is, and I'm not
Because
sure what the
state funds don't factor into that.
and I'm not sure what the rest of the board wants, but all I want is the total budget for the localities you're talking about, total
Got it.
number of students.
Got it.
Because you did a good job in using the local match or the local contribution, because you already said the local contribution was low, so by comparing us to other localities, obviously it's still going to be low.
Be happy to look that information up. I think it's a good, and we should look at this because, these type of questions come up during budget season, and I think we're talking about taxpayers' dollars. So any questions you do have, we'll be happy to pull that. I think that's a good, looking at total per pupil expenditure, we can do that for you. That's not a problem.
That's the thing I'd like to do. And my last question, and I didn't see Mr. Kelly, and I don't have my glasses on, but he may not be here. Sean Kelly from the school board.
Yes, sir.
We had talked briefly at our meeting about, instead of buying physical paper books, if you could use tablets or laptops, which in the long run would turn out to be much cheaper. Have you considered that?
Well, we are looking at creating a textbook fund, and that's the next thing we have to do is some cost analysis on what type of books we will need to purchase. There is some savings with electronic books. You have to invest in devices.
Right.
And the textbook manufacturers have gotten a little smarter over the years, and they figured that if they can start throwing supplemental material into those packages, they can keep those costs relatively, well, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They can keep those costs relatively close to paper back books. So we have to still do some analysis on what resources we want to invest in. As you know, moving devices to children's, going to a one-to-one initiative, those type of things are long-range goals.
Yeah.
But I think we were going to take a good look at the cost and do some cost analysis on what we choose to invest in moving forward.
But I think that does, at least from my perspective, it does a couple of things. One, it in the long term, which we always think about how I can do this budget and don't really worry about the implications of next year. But that's something that for 5, 10 years is definitely going to save us money.
Exactly.
And maybe we consider a pilot program of, you pick the grade, 10th graders all get laptops and see how they do for 2 years or, whatever. That's your call. But again, that's when we talk about perception.
Well, I'd like to look at that and then come back not only to our board, to the school board, but also, in further conversations with this board to be able to identify what the cost savings would be. And and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are plenty of districts who have gone to one-to-one initiatives, and they are buying online textbooks. So they can probably help us determine whether there's a cost savings in that process. But we are interested in looking at that. Right now, what's right in front of us right now is to start building a textbook fund and using the textbook monies that we do have in this budget for the purpose of purchasing textbooks. Okay. And what we have done in the past is we've had to continue to supplant our instructional materials needs with our textbook monies. So we really need to get on that track to build a textbook fund so we can start doing some of these textbook adoptions are very costly.
But that would be kind of good to help us now, because we've got, hopefully, this marriage between the new school board, the new board of supervisors, and you, it's a triangle kind of marriage. We'll all be here for 4 years, so we have a chance to plan.
Yes, sir.
For at least this term before things change.
I agree.
And if you know of any schools that have electronics, like Henrico, Fairfax, Goochland. Okay, I wasn't aware of Goochland, but the first two have really good reputations.
Okay.
So maybe that would help our reputation because we're moving towards electronics and we're on top.
Okay.
Thank you for all of your time, Dr. Parker. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the input. And I think you'll appreciate I'm using the right numbers in that binder there.
I noticed that right away.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Forehand?
Thank you for the data and the responding to our questions from last week. I'm just going to digest on this some more. And
yes, sir.
It's a longer process, but thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Long?
Yes, thank you again, and I'm not a speed reader, so this will go home for this week's homework for me. I just want to again state that I think this board is dedicated to working together with the school board. However, being someone who believes that if you watch your pennies, the dollars are going to take care of themselves, I'm just going to comment. You stated $12 million today is not the same as $12 million was in 2008. Same thing goes for our families, and so I ask that the school board remember that we have to watch out for those who are putting out the money in their taxes to support our school system. Again, it's a balancing act, so I look forward to working together with the school board, and over time, we're going to build this community up. Thank you.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Seeley. Dr. Parker and board members, I just want everyone to really understand what we're up against. If we were to try to fund the 2.1 million, that's a 12-cent increase in taxes on top of what we're paying now, 83 cents. So we have about a 13%, about 13% of our citizens are on some type of subsidized income. And we have to think about that. We are trying to grow our businesses to help fight some of the costs. We look across the river in King George, and the average taxpayer is paying 58 cents because of the amount of businesses that they have to take up the slack. And we're trying to get there. But I want us to always be realistic in what we can and cannot do. I, for one, have said that I will not saddle any taxpayer, vote for any tax increase whatsoever until we can grow our business. And businesses are coming. It's not that we're anti-schools. Absolutely. I mean, my wife's a school teacher. I think she spends as much money as anybody on art supplies, which that's up there. So I do understand the need. But I want us to work in a realistic bubble here to what we actually can do, because the taxpayer is the one who's going to carry this. Over the last 5 years, with $25 million to the high school in Madison, plus Bowling Green, you're talking about a $50 million to school that's not part of this budget, that we're carrying that debt also. So I want us to have real conversation about what we're trying to do for our teachers, for our community, because we'll have to work hand in hand. We can't saddle the backs of our senior citizens with any additional tax increases. So it's going to be, there has to be some work involved. We're going to have to sharpen our pencil to do the absolute best we can. But I'm committed to doing, you have an uphill battle, but we're committed, I know I'm committed to making sure you get there.
Well, let me make a comment. I think it's, and I do appreciate your comments. I think it's very important. We're at a fork in the road in terms of where we are. We have a lot of things to look forward to in this county in terms of growth and development. And we also have to be prepared for it. And I think this board is well equipped to make the important decisions necessary to put the infrastructure in place to really be successful in the years to come. One of those areas is the schools. This is an economic engine. And I know that I could go on and talk about how important schools are to the local economy. But to suffice it to say, I think the board is aware of that. And in speaking individually with most of you, I think you understand that a commitment to our schools and investment to our schools, will lead to a brighter future in terms of economic development and economic growth. At the end of the day, this is about kids. And it's not necessarily about the bottom line and the dollars and the figures. Are we providing the best education possible for the students in Caroline County Public Schools? That's the question we need to really ask. And if we have deficits, we have to do everything possible to ensure that we're putting our students in a place to succeed. If they're not reading on grade level, if they're not graduating with the credentials necessary to move into the local economy and workforce, okay, we can't push that can 3 years down the road. That's a can that we need to address, have a sense of urgency around today. And that's really what, at the crux of budget discussion, that's where I lay my hat, and that's where I stand firm. Because I think we owe it to these kids today to make sure that we're putting the best opportunities forward and the best teacher and the talent in the classroom to make sure that they're successful, no matter who they are. So if we can answer that question, what can we do better for students today? Then I think we can find a number in a relatively short amount of time on what we need to prioritize and what we need to work on to build a strong school division.
Do you know how the prison industry decides how many prisons to make?
How many kids aren't reading by grade 3?
I know.
That's exactly it.
Exactly it.
Mr. Thomas, let me get to Mr. Black.
I'm sorry, that was just one since he mentioned reading grade level. I'm done.
Mr. Underwood, are you?
I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Black?
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
I'd just like to piggyback on that a little bit. There was a statement that was made during when we met on the 2-on-2, or the two boards met last week. Over the past 3 years, we have given increased local funding by $1.2 million. There was a statement made that that's basically flat funding. I will disagree with you on that one. I mean, I think we do need to work with you guys more and not go backwards, which we have in the past. I think we agree we can't be cutting the schools. But to say that 1.2 million is flat funding is, I think there's other departments in this county, Sheriff's Department, Fire and Rescue, that would love to have $1.2 million.
Well,
I mean, we can agree to disagree on
yeah,
that. I mean, I'm a school teacher,
we
so I
can,
hope
but I
you
want to be
understand.
clear with my comments here. I said relatively flat. And relatively flat, if we look at VRS and healthcare on an annual basis, and let's say the increase this year, our projected increase is 400,000 based on, but the figures in there factor in the additional staff we're adding also. So let's say if we just said 300,000, $1.2 million over the course of 3 years is $400,000 a year, right? So if increases in VRS and healthcare are, let's say, even 300,000, then you're only really funding the schools possibly to meet unmet needs, improving reading, addressing salaries, making them technology, capital improvement. You're only putting in $100,000 in the pot. Anything above that 3,000 is improvement.
Right.
Anything below that 3,000 is just maintaining the same or decline. So when I say relatively flat, that's where what I mean when I say that.
But that's not including state funding. I mean, I'm just talking local.
Right.
That's not including the state funding as well.
Right.
Which would be $700,000 this year from the state.
Yeah, but it has not increased over the past. It's been pretty.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we've lost state funding some years.
There was a couple of things, and I'll meet with you on this, the whole teacher pay scale. I'd like to meet with you on that, just because one-on-one, maybe we can set up a time or so forth, because I'm still kind of curious on that, how I can go to, the Spotsylvania County website and I can see, bam, I can see what my salary is on there, my current salary on their website. Whereas on the Caroline County, you were saying last week that a teacher not necessarily can't go to that website and see what they're paid by what's on their website. So I'd like to sit down and meet with you and just kind of figure out, because the numbers last year when we did give the extra money, the idea was to fix the teacher salaries. And now we're saying we see the teacher salaries, but they're not accurate on the website, so I'm kind of confused on that. But I'd like you and I to meet on that. I mean,
I'd be happy to answer that. In looking at, I gave you some more information on teachers. Right. I think from the conversation we had, you have some more information in that packet on teacher salaries and comparisons and so forth. But I'd like to sit down and talk to you about that, because I can't answer all your questions.
Because I'm more concerned about the accuracy of the scale on the website as opposed to, because as we said, the numbers that I gave you because I'm a school teacher myself, so I'm going to tell you if I think that school teachers are being shortchanged. And the numbers that I gave you guys last week, you rank second of 10 different counties that we compared to, which includes Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Hanover, on the step 10. So, I mean, you're second in that. I mean, I know some people that actually leave Spotsylvania, that could leave Spotsylvania and come to Caroline and actually get a pay increase. On certain parts of the scale, I'm not saying all, Spotsylvania does beat you at the upper end of the scale. I'm not arguing that.
Well, since we're in a public format, I just got to address that, because I think, again, 74% of our teachers are 10 years or less. So we only have 23% of our teachers that are above 10 years.
Right. Well, and yes.
And the supplement information I fleshed out for you in that packet shows that when you add the supplements, there's a huge disparity in supplements between Caroline County and other school divisions. And when you factor in supplements from master's degree, education beyond 15 years, 15 credits beyond your bachelor's, doctoral degrees, you're a person on, if it's a fairly comparable salary scale, if you put their supplement up here and our supplement here, they're making more money. And those are the type of things you have to negotiate when you're trying to recruit a veteran teacher, such as yourself.
And I understand that, Dr. Parker, and I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear there.
I'm just saying on the regular teacher salary, before we get, supplements, I'm with you with. Administrative pay, I'm with you. I mean, I understand. And your workers, your bus drivers and so forth, I'm with you there too.
Okay, there's a lot of work to do in terms of making that salary scale competitive
in the years
years
past,
0 through 10.
In years past, what's happened when the money's gone, we go to teachers, and I understand that. The teachers are obviously drive your school system, but at the same time, when you get administrators leaving because they can get a $20,000 pay increase, I mean, you know as well as I do, you need to go to Spotsylvania, you need good leaders if you want your test scores to increase. I mean, it really, morale in the school and so forth is a lot of it is your leadership and putting the right teachers in. But we can talk more about that. I do have another question.
Yes.
And I think the textbook issue. I told you this story last week, and I was concerned, you know, it was election day, and, you know, last November, and I'm standing next to a lady, and she said she has a, you know, a daughter that's in 8th grade and doesn't have a math book. And that was a concern to me, in the sense that the state gives you every year the state gives you a category that's 4 textbooks, correct?
And that category also has several other things you can spend those monies on. So it's called a textbook. They give you a textbook supplement, but the state is allowed a lot of variance in how those monies can be spent.
Well, okay, so, I mean, I guess this is, Mr. Thomas had talked about the computers. I guess my concern is this. I think he had mentioned the number is $219,000 last year.
Yeah, with the local match.
With the local match.
It's higher than that with the local match.
So it would be double. So in other words, we're talking about a $400,000. So 200 from the state, and then 200 from the locality.
A little less than it's not a 50-50 match. It's based on your local composite index. So it's roughly in the 300s.
So it's total 300s. I'm just thinking in terms of like how many, on average, what's your average class size at Caroline High School? I mean, I'm sure the freshman class is bigger than the senior class, but what is an average class size at Caroline High? 300 kids?
I think I have class sizes in that booklet I handed out to you. I don't know the exact class size at the high school off the top of my head, but I do have that information in here.
300 per.
But let's, for the sake of argument, let's say 26 students.
What's that?
For the sake of argument, 26, if we said 26 students, what?
No, I'm talking about the whole, like if you took the whole class size, like the whole junior class, senior class.
Oh,
like what was class
well, it's
size?
4,200 students. Freshman class will be the largest out of that group. So I would say about
40. No, it's not 4,200 at the high school.
No, I'm sorry. The high school is 1,200 kids.
Okay,
So we're talking
So 300
300 per class.
All I'm saying is
there.
this, so we've got a $300,000 number that's out there for textbooks. Okay, so like I'm a U.S. history teacher. I know when we did the adoption in Spotsylvania County, U.S. history textbook is around $100 a textbook. Okay, so if I do 300 times 100, okay, it's costing me, what, 30,000? Is that the math correct? $30,000 just for like U.S. history.
Well, if you've seen a textbook contract, there's a lot more involved in the textbook contract than just straight materials. You have supplemental materials, you have training, you have fees that are associated with it. So the math would be it would be much more than that. And when you look at a standard contract for textbooks.
Yeah, I would think maybe another $30 per.
Possibly as much.
About around.
Yeah,
that.
it's a racket.
About
I mean, they
I understand. I guess
they make a lot of money off
Supplemental.
textbooks.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I guess what I'm saying, let's say it's double that. Let's say it's 60 for U.S. history. Okay? I could do a social studies department. I could get a kid a government, and the senior, I can get a government, I can get a U.S. history, I can get a world history, and I can get a geography, if that's how you do it in Caroline, textbook. I mean, and that takes care of all of social studies. And 60 times 4 is 240. So I could take all of one core subject area at the high school, get them textbooks. And that doesn't, I know Mr. Thomas is talking about something else. But I'd like to see, I mean, if we're talking about kids, I'd like to see the money going towards when a kid says, hey, I don't have a textbook to bring home. I'd like to see the money go towards a kid that has, so they can have a textbook to go home. Because as you understand, I mean, when we start talking about test scores, what I can do in the classroom is only a small part of.
I'm right there with you.
Okay.
And
that's
again, that goes back to creating a textbook fund that's specifically designated for textbook purchases, whether they're online textbooks or a combination of the two. Creating a textbook fund, the state allows you to create a textbook fund that you will use for those monies, and you can carry over to accrue that money to allow you to substantially increase your textbook inventory.
Right.
Now, the problem that we've run into with textbooks is that there's a lot of variance in how those monies are spent. We use a lot of that money for online services such as Odysseyware. Over half is online services and licenses. Now, why are we using that money for those type of services? It's because it's not in the instructional budget. We don't have those monies any other way. So you've had to supplant the instructional materials that you need in your budget with textbook money, and that's been happening for several years, which is why there haven't been a significant amount of textbook adoptions. Okay, so when we talk about historical spending, what we're trying to do is break away from some of that and create a textbook fund where we can earmark those monies to start accruing money to do the type of adoptions you're talking about. But we can't get rid of the Odysseyware because we have a lot of our programs at the middle school and the high school running on Odysseyware. So where are we going to get that money from? 90 grand. So we have to, if we're going to supplant it and take it out and start just using it for textbooks, there's something else that's going to go without because we've supplanted that money for so long for those things. And that's why we're trying to increase the instructional materials budget. So we can wean ourselves off of textbook monies that allow to accrue to make those purchases. Does that make sense for you? I mean, that's pretty much, that in a short version, that's pretty much what's happening.
I just still find it inexcusable that for years, when the state has an adoption of, gives you X amount of dollars, that we have kids in 8th grade that don't have a math book, or we have kids in, I don't know, whatever, their junior year, or that don't have a U.S. history book, whatever subject, their science book.
To my knowledge, we're not short on books. The books are aged, and we've replaced older books with older books. But to my knowledge, we're not short on textbook materials. Okay?
And
teachers are opting not to use some of the books that are becoming outdated. But we're not short on inventory. So that's not occurring. We need to update those materials and have textbook adoptions.
Okay, well, the lady told me that she didn't have the
That's probably why, and part of it's probably teacher choice.
Okay. And the final thing, I just got this today. I know we got this, but the exit surveys. Can you send us a copy of what your exit survey is that you give to teachers?
Be happy to.
As far as that's concerned, because I've talked to one administrator and one teacher from the same school who left your school system and both went to Spotsylvania, and neither one of them said they were offered some sort of exit survey. Now, one was an administrator, I understand that.
14 or 15, or?
This past year, so that left this past year, and neither one of them said that they were offered that exit survey. And so I'm just kind of curious, because it says here, I think he says I have a total of 16 teachers that left.
Yeah. And we mentioned last week that the return rate on a lot of those exit surveys are not very good. Sometimes people don't want to burn bridges. Sometimes they don't have the time to take the time to fill out an exit survey. We provided you with the data that we had available.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Parker, I'm just going to hit a couple of points, not necessarily questions, but just information so that everybody understands sort of where we are budget-wise. We are currently, as a county, looking at either debt that gets paid off and comes off the books and puts more money in the general fund, or a large business that's come in that's starting to pay taxes that we haven't seen in the past. We won't see any of those kinds of events in Caroline until probably 2018. Just so everybody understands. So any real increase to the schools would have to be a tax increase because it doesn't exist. We talked about using money from the cash reserve, and as we told you, we've actually allocated some money from the cash reserve into this year's budget. We also, out of this year's budget, paid for the Ladysmith Library, and we are probably going to have to finance the YMCA and probably make that for initial payment out of the cash reserve that we currently have. So when we talk about the unencumbered balance and being able to spend that, if we gave you money out of that, we would have to then figure out how we were going to fund that the next year, and currently that's not something that I see on the very near horizon that we'd be able to do. Understood everybody's questions about where we were going and how we were doing this, where the money could come from. So just so that everybody understands that the amount of money that's in the budget, and Ms. Hatcher is going to give us, I think, an abbreviated version since we're so far behind schedule, the second quarter budget report. And a lot of those numbers are even soft right now. I mean, we're either holding even and maybe even going back in some cases. So in terms of real revenue for schools, we're all going to have to sit down and look at where we can possibly go. And again, we've got the high school project going, we've got Madison going. The Bowling Green Elementary project is now being funded, which we didn't raise any taxes for. We paid that with just a cash inflow from the county at that point in time over some new businesses that came. So we have absorbed some school debt, and I know that doesn't help the instructional side, but we're trying to do, everybody for years said facilities were just being left by the wayside, and we've done, I think, a horrific job in trying to make those upgrades. And when you make a step like that and you raise taxes 8 cents to make those kinds of improvements, everybody looks at us and says, we've got to take a break at some point from a tax increase, because 2 years ago was 11 cents, which is probably the largest tax increase in the county ever. So don't take the message as we don't want to help schools. We're just in a situation right now of a lull of what can we do, and that is the real dilemma that we've got as a board. It's not this adversarial, we're not going to give you the money, we're sitting on it. We're just simply not sitting on it. It is one of those things. We have some very interesting businesses coming in the future, and I think some of that will help alleviate some things on both sides.
Well, I definitely appreciate your ear, and I thank this board for listening and asking some very informative questions. My job is to make sure that you understand the reality of where we stand as far as the school district. I think I've outlined a lot of information in my post-entry plan that shows you where we plan to go and what we plan to do for children. We're at a time where we have to step up and serve our children in a different way. The state is making a move towards workforce development. Literacy is an outstanding issue in Caroline County, and we have to address those issues. We have to train our teachers, and we have to retain our teachers. I can't say it enough to do nothing at this point. To stand where we're standing right now, okay, is to sink further in the sand. We have to have a sense of urgency around improving instruction and improving opportunities for students in this county if we're going to build a strong school division. And it's all in our best interest, and I think all of you understand that to a person. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your ear. So thank you very much.
On an unrelated question, I've had a number of folks ask me about the March 1st, primary day and schools being opened, understanding that does present you all, the school system, some issues with Lewis and Clark and the high school in terms of just being able to mingle students with folks coming to vote and the difficulties that's going to present. I understood from school board member that everybody thought there was some great workable plan. There is a plan. I'm not sure how great and workable it is, and just want everybody to understand that it's a discussion. I'm making sure everybody knows that it is not optimal, and I've heard from a number of folks saying, is there anything that could be done Election Day for closing schools, because it's probably everybody's biggest worry. Generally, you buzz into schools, particularly Lewis and Clark, and that day, doors are going to be open, people are going to be walking in and out. Kids have to cross that line, the voting area, to go to the playground, and I've been asked a multitude of questions.
Well, we're looking at all the contingencies, and keep in mind, closing schools was we initially closed schools for March 1st. That was a designated snow day, and we have communicated with the election board that the contingency was, if we had to pull that as a snow day, that we would have a 2-hour delay, which would alleviate any crowding issues in the morning. So Lewis and Clark in particular, school won't start that day till closer to 11 o'clock. By that time, most of your morning voters are out of there. And then the school is over roughly around between 3 and 4. Most of your evening voters are coming after 4 o'clock. So even with the plan we have in place, we've isolated the entrance points to the buildings. Most of the voting will take place in the gymnasium. So Lewis and Clark, they're going to have that whole parking lot to the right to themselves. They'll have a private entrance right there. We'll have a staff, there'll be a gate blocking the door to the gym, and there will be a designated person sitting there to make sure no one enters the building through the gym. So we've put the processes in place to make sure that traffic is controlled. The only reason we would close schools at this point was if it impacted the instructional program for the day, or if we felt it was an unsafe condition for kids. And at this particular point, we can isolate voters. We've adjusted our schedule to allow for the major traffic to take place early in the morning and after school. Okay, we've put staff in place to make sure that there's additional security in place around the voting stations. There's a private entrance to the high school, and that area can be easily isolated in the same way Lewis and Clark can. So unless someone comes to me and gives me a very good reason why we can't have a solid instructional day, and we're putting our students at an unsafe advantage by having voting during that day, I'm all ears. But I think we have a good plan in place to make sure that we can handle voting that day with the 2-hour delay and with the additional staff and the entrance points that we've identified for voting.
I said I would bring it. We're the only school district around on Election Day that's open. It is a primary. It is probably going to be a very heavy traffic day. I don't know that first thing in the morning or the last thing in the evening is going to be the biggest flow of folks. It's a primary. It's not a general election. There are folks from around the country that come to work to these campaigns, that come to these polling places to talk to folks as they're going in and out. Just making sure we all understand, because
I feel very confident that we have a good plan in place and we can handle the traffic control. And we'll continue to work with the election board just to make sure. We have worked with them since the beginning, since the inception of this plan. We'll continue to work with them to make sure that we have contingencies in place. But everything we're looking at right now isolates our traffic flow. It keeps adults and kids separate. Kids do not have to walk through any voting lines or any lines for voters. With the exception of that playground on the side of Lewis and Clark, there's another playground on the other side. We can have a solid instructional day. At the time we made this decision, every school division had not around us had not made a decision on this. So we may be seeing a trend just because of what other school divisions are doing. And we'll look at that. But I'll be happy to work with the election board if we find that there's something in our plan that doesn't support safety and the instructional program. We'll be happy to close.
Well,
and we haven't seen that at this point.
the head of the election commission is here. He's in the back of the room. I would really appreciate that being thoroughly discussed, because
Well, actually,
there
I have
are
his plan.
concerns.
I have his plan right here, and was just sitting here looking through it today. And it looks like, unless there's something that keeps our folks from mingling with the voters, okay, I'll be happy to discuss that with him. But we feel quite confident that we can have a solid instructional day that day and keep kids safe.
Major Mosier, the sheriff's office, have any comment on this at all?
We've expressed some concerns in reference to this matter with Mr. Nunley.
So, okay, with the head of the electoral
That's
board.
correct. So
Is the superintendent aware of that?
I assume that he is. I don't know if he is.
I'm not aware of any concerns that they have regarding the voting on that day, and I'm not sure you've seen the plan that we have in place for
Yeah, I
voters.
have not seen the plan. We would like to get a copy, though.
Just bring it to everybody's attention. I said I would. I've done it. Mr. Thomas,
I was going to wait till you were finished. Were you done?
that is the last of that topic I'm going to cover.
Okay, before Dr. Parker and the school board members leave, we were going to discuss, we got a note on the funds that were returned
Correct.
from the school board.
And I was going to say, I just saw this sitting here in front of me. That was the last on that topic. I was going to move to, we discussed the trailer removal
Yes.
at Old Lady Smith Elementary School and splitting that.
Yes, sir.
And apparently it's not in the numbers that we got. Is that?
Well, actually, it is in the numbers. The note I sent to you was, I would like to offer an olive branch to the school board.
Mr. Thomas, we've done the budget, we've done the agenda for this evening, and I'm not going to entertain any changes or motions at this point. How's that? Mr. Thomas? No. It's just monies for schools. But I'm going to move on at this point and move on to the financial report from Fran. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I would normally appeal the decision of the chair. I know how to
Okay,
do that, but I will wait.
So we're going to move that, we're going to hold that after.
I will tell you that we talked about this. I'm fairly certain the board hasn't changed their mind, and I think you're going to see that the agreement that we came up with the work session is probably going to stay.
Okay. Well, it's on the agenda under new business.
It's under the agenda, and we're going to stick to the agenda
You're gonna
items.
stick. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, there's not supposed to be any clapping, so I'm going to remind everybody of that because it's in the board rules. Ms. Hatcher.
Evening, Chairman Seeley, members of the board, and county staff. You have in front of you your second quarter budget report. As noted, we have gotten into a stage where everything is pretty much about the same year after year after year. Up a little bit, down a little bit, no drastic major changes. Your general fund revenues are at $20,601,000, or 43% of budget. On the cash basis, your tax collections are slightly lower than the same time last year. Your sales tax is slightly higher. Communication taxes continue to decline. Your business license collections are slightly lower, but that's not unusual. Your fines and forfeitures are also lower than they were last year. Your overall expenditures in the general fund is slightly below the 50% threshold, as are most departments. All the departments tend to be conservative in their spending, which is reflective in this report. The school revenues are estimated at 40% of budget, 47% of budget, and expenditures at 51% of budget. Social service revenues are estimated at 47.4% of budget, which is higher than last year. Their expenditures are below the 50% threshold. Both revenues and expenditures for social service are slightly above the same period last year. Excuse me. CSA revenues are revenues and expenditures well below 50%, but it has been estimated that we will exceed budget by the time the year ends, due to the caseloads and the timing of when all those reimbursements and expenditures come in. Your debt retirement reflects 58% of the budget, which is mostly due to the general, reflects revenues of 58%, which is mostly due to the general fund transfer to cover debt service payments. Your meals tax revenues are slightly lower than the same quarter last year, which is the first time in a long time they've gone down a little bit. Your expenditures are 60.8% of budget due to the timing of the debt service payments. Your operating revenues for the utility fund are 53.9% of the budget, representing 6 months of billings. Your operating expenses for the utility fund are 45.5% of the budget, below the 50% threshold. Debt service for the utility fund is 68% of the budget due to the timing of the debt service payments. It should be noted that the operating revenues versus operating expenses in the utility fund are $254,778 higher. Revenues exceed expenditures, which is a good thing. Your availability fees are 47% of budget, with 21.5 water connections paid and 20.5 sewer connections. Dawn is operating right about where it's supposed to be, as are most of the other operating funds. Any questions? Trying to make it quick for you.
Questions on our second quarter?
I just have
Mr.
one.
Black?
At the very end of your report, you said that collection efforts have gone up. Can you tell me what that means?
Sir, you would have to take that up with the treasurer. I do not know. I just know that they have stepped up collections. I know they are collecting quite a few debts set off. They did send out delinquent notices, but it's the actual numbers I couldn't tell you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
When's the audit done?
That's a good question.
It's complete, will be, they couldn't make it tonight, they'll be here March 1st, make a presentation, correct?
I didn't hear you.
The auditor.
Yeah, they're here March the 1st.
Will we get a copy before they come?
Yes.
No other questions. Thank you, Ms. Hatcher. Appointments. Rappahannock Area Alcohol Safety Action Program Board of Directors. Ms. Terry Southworth said she would accept that position, so I'd like a motion to entertain her being appointed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Ayes have it. Board of Equalization, second alternate.
I'd like to nominate Keith Upshaw.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Social Services Board, Mattapan District, Mr. Thomas.
Expires in March. I will make it then.
Okay. Board of Zoning Appeals.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to nominate Ms. Jeanette Washington to serve as the Board of Zoning Appeals for Reedy Church District.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Consent agenda. Any items which any board member wishes to move out?
Mr.
Mr.
Seeley.
Chair, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
you go.
Mr. Underwood?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to pull item B.
Item B?
Yes.
All right.
I actually wanted to pull item B as well, so, okay.
Item B has been removed. Can I get a motion for A, C, D, E, and F?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Thomas, you look perplexed.
I wasn't quite sure why we were giving money back to the health department, but I was
It's $241. I
$255.
understand.
$255.18, but
I
that's
knew it
okay. That was all. That's fine.
Mr. Underwood and Mr. Black, questions on agenda item B, the warrants.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted some clarification on capital improvement funds. I see we're 252% above budget. Just wanted to,
What item was that, Mr. Underwood?
capital improvement funds, and then the
Oh, I see, you're on the
capital
front
project
page.
utilities is 248% spent. I just kind of, where are we? I'm just not sure what that is, Fran. If you can help me.
Each year, near the end of the fiscal year, I come to you to amend the budget. Most of the projects in the capital projects fund that we're spending monies on are monies that we borrowed several years ago. I don't have a way of telling you how much is going to be spent in each year. So at the end of the fiscal year, since the money is there, I amend the budget at the end of the year to be based on actual expenditures. The biggest projects you have are the high school, Madison, and we borrowed that money 2 years ago, so I don't budget it each year because I don't want it would overinflate the budget to budget $25 million year after year after year when that's not exactly what we're spending. So
Okay.
it will be amended at the end of the year.
I just looks strange.
It does look strange.
200+%. All right. Thank you very much.
I tried to reflect it in my report so it doesn't stand out as much, but it's, you all have to amend the budget, and I normally bring it, I don't want to amend it for every single payment, because then y'all really would get tired of seeing me up here.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, I have, I don't know who answers questions on the warrants, but I have questions on pages 2 through 9. I see a lot of refunds there. Can someone just tell me what that is? There's a lot of people with tax refunds on pages, like we have 9 pages of them or 7 pages of them. What is that all about?
I can try to answer as best I can. That comes through the treasurer's office, and it's an automated process. Quite often, people will overpay their taxes, or because of an abatement, because of proration, they'll get an abatement, and they've already paid, so they'll...
Proration. Never mind, I didn't ask that question. Never asked. The other thing I have is on pages 33, 34, 36, 37, 38. I'm seeing that we have spent roughly close to $18,000 on vehicle repairs. Fire and rescue, as well as sheriff's office. I was wondering on that because I had talked about the possibility of we had discussed, and I'm not sure there's any traction there, about combining with the schools for a maintenance facility. But the second part of that is, do we have a common RFP in which when our sheriff's vehicles are repaired, or our fire and rescue, I mean, I understand the fire trucks are a whole different situation, but do we have a common, like, labor rate that we get in the county? Is that something that Mr. Lambert can address?
They do have a contract.
We do have a contract with, and it's so no matter if it's going to Caroline Garage or wherever it's going, it's the same rate for labor?
Mr. Black, if memory serves me correct, we award 2 contracts. It's a competitive process. People put in bids for it. It's not really a RFP. Most of our work goes to Caroline Garage. They were one of the lowest bidders.
So we have 2?
Well, we have a shop on the west side and one on the east side.
Are the rates the same, do you know?
Yes.
Can you send Mr. Cully the copy of that? I was just kind of curious. Now, does the fire and rescue do the same? Is fire and rescue using, I mean, I understand for fire trucks, they're not. So.
It's strictly for the sheriff's office vehicles.
Can we get, like, for like their common vehicles and stuff, like, can we get a copy of those contracts? I mean, as far as you guys have.
Whatever
Right.
he has. We don't have
Right.
we don't have a contract. Most of the fireworks done at Windingbrook on like smaller vehicles. I built a database, and I have a clerk that's working on entering 2 years worth of all of the tickets, so I can work a labor rate, shop rate, parts rate. The sheriff buys a lot of parts,
right,
at one place and takes them to Caroline Garage, and then Caroline Garage installs them.
Right.
So there's a lot of mixing and matching. So it's probably going to take several months, maybe 6 months, for the part-time clerk to enter all the data in the database, so that I'll be able to give you your savings or not on.
Oh yeah,
on
it's
the
just
shop.
a curiosity.
So,
I mean, even if
but
the
anyway,
shop doesn't work, which
but I mean,
it doesn't.
that's the
Right.
only way I can make that work out. Is to
Okay.
So we are working on it. I get the oil change rate. I think you guys get at Caroline Garage on the vehicles, the 2 county vehicles that I take over there. So there are some things that we get a savings on, but we'll try to look at it. But we're building. If you give me time to build the data,
Oh, no,
I'll show you what we're paying.
I was just curious as far as the labor rate, as long as it's, no matter, because I know you probably, you see on this, when you see in the warrants, you see like 2 or 3 different garages that are used. I just want to make sure that if we're using the 2 different 3 garages, we're at the same labor rate, that's all.
So, I don't remember what that rate is, but I do.
Oh, no, I
remember
just wanted to make sure it was,
very good
okay.
rate.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, I
And we find
appreciate
it
it.
cheaper to get our parts elsewhere.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve agenda item B on the consent.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second for consent agenda item B. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Let's take 10 minutes, 15? 15? The board will adjourn for 15 minutes. Call the Caroline County Board of Supervisors back into order. I know we're past 7:30 and we're running behind, and I apologize to everybody, but the first session took longer than we anticipated. So first on the agenda this evening is public comment, and that is anything not on the agenda for public hearings. So if you get up and I think you're talking about something that's for public hearing, I'll ask you to stop and we'll bring you back during the public hearing. So anybody wishing to speak at public comment is now open. Microphone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Valerie Gordon, and I am from Caroline County and have been living here for 61 years. And I live on Panola Road. And my concern is the fact that we need technology here in this county, and one of those is the internet. And I know this has been brought up in the past, but I'm speaking as a realtor. I've been a realtor for 38 years, since 1978, and it's a real concern when my clients come to me and they ask me what kind of high-speed internet is in the area of whatever house I'm showing them. As soon as I tell them that there is none or no option, they say, okay, well, where can I go? So then I take them over to the lakes. Then they don't want that because they say they are too higher dues and HOA. So then we look at Ladysmith Village, they have a HOA, and sometimes we go to Bowling Green, and then they have the same thing, double taxing. So we don't get anyone in the rural areas very often. And so then they say, okay, well, let's just go to another county. So then I have to take them somewhere else to buy in another county. But my main concern is that I would like to be on a committee or help or something with trying to get internet to this area. I know that cable's not available to all of us, and I've already checked with MetroCast, and I've got them working on something, and it's about 3 miles down the road from my house, but they will not run it to my house unless I pay them around $100,000. So my next option would be Wi-Fi, and someone came out today from Verizon, and they said, you just are in an area that doesn't even have any Wi-Fi reception. I'm in the middle of 4 towers, and he said, I'm surprised you can even get a call. So I don't know what the options are for us to work on this, but I'm willing to help if I have to go door to door to get petitions or whatever kind of thing that I can do to help. I'm here to do it because I think this would have a lot of bearing too on our schools and students, and they need that to help them with their education when they go home and work on the internet. So that's one of the things I just wanted to bring forward to you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Come on up and...
Hi there. I'm Laura Gordon. I'm the one that's been emailing you guys about internet as well. I also live on Panola Road. It's my mom. We're both self-employed, and it's really difficult for us to run a business here in Caroline just because we don't have any means of communication with our clients or with potential clients, and we have to go elsewhere. I have to go to Richmond, I have to go to Fredericksburg if I want to do a Skype call or even just send emails and contracts. It's not only an internet that's an issue, it is our cell phone service. It's not just on Panola Road, it's in a lot of areas, 207 and 301 and Dawn and other areas like that. Basically, I am kind of on the same page, and I'm building a house now, and we don't have any option. And I just feel like before we talk about all of these other things that we need to improve in the county, we kind of need to talk about things that, this is like the base, the core. Like, we aren't going to bring businesses here if we don't have internet. Like, we can't even, this is a fundamental thing. The FCC has actually deemed this a utility and not a service. I even listed in the email that I sent that there are grants for this type of thing. President Obama has made several speeches about how he wants to help for this. And I just think that whatever we need to do to make this move forward, and I know that we need to plan a long-term and short-term goals for these things. We need to plan out something that's going to fit within the FCC guidelines. I read the notes from the last session, and I wasn't able to come because of the snow. And I did have a question about one of the diagrams. There's, I'm not sure who put this together, but there's a map of Caroline County that shows the Comcast and MetroCast service within the county. And I was just wondering if anyone knew if this was the service or the ownership of MetroCast or Comcast.
If you leave that, we'll take a look at it, and we can let you know.
Okay. So basically, the reason I was bringing that up is because we fall actually within both of those. And I've contacted MetroCast, Comcast, Verizon, everything, Google Fiber. Every single person says that they cannot come to us, and the quotes that we've received are between $90,000 and $200,000 just to come to our house, which is 3 miles away from the school. So it's the main topic. Also, I think that as far as the long-term plan goes, I was reading the proposals from the last meeting, and I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing about all this from me. But so in the email that I sent to you guys, the internet proposals that were sent out don't even meet the FCC guidelines for high-speed internet. They're actually considered to be slower than dial-up. So I just think that it would be silly for us to spend the time and spend the money to get something in place that's, by the time it's installed, isn't even relevant to us anymore. If we spend the proposed $3 million or whatever it was to get that in. By the time it is installed, it's not, I mean, there's going to be something 10 times better and faster. So we're just kind of digging ourselves a hole by putting funding towards something like that. So I just think that we need to be progressive and maybe see what we can do to get a grant going to have this funding available for us, since according to them it is a federal, I mean, it meets federal guidelines for what's necessary in areas.
Can you summarize, because we're in a 3-minute limit? and you're-
Yeah, that's pretty much all I was going to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman and board members. My name is Dr. Hayes, and I first want to thank y'all for actually wanting to reconsider the ordinance on wild animals and exotics. As I was looking at your,
It's not a public hearing.
it's number 10, that's public hearing? No, it's not?
No, it is not a public hearing tonight.
Oh.
Is it a public? It's
Yeah.
not a public.
Yes,
It is
number
then-
10.
It is.
Then, yeah, then you have to wait till the public hearing
Okay.
to speak on this.
Okay.
I'm thinking, I'm on the next page, so it is public hearing. Yep, you're correct. Well, I was on the next page. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Roger Bunting. I live in the Mattapanai District, Ladysmith Road, east of Route 1. And my concern is your proposed, I think you call it Ladysmith Crossing, that project there.
That is also a public hearing this evening, so that will be agenda item either 5, 6, or 7.
Okay.
So if you will wait till then, we will gladly hear your comments then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Mr. Seeley, Chair, other board members. My name is Bonnie Cannon. I'm in the Bowling Green District, have lived here my entire life, Caroline County. I stand here before you and to tell you I am 62 years old, have been a lifetime resident of this county. First of all, I'd like to welcome the new board members to this board and thank all you board members for your hard work, especially on the upcoming budget. It's very important for the county and the residents, especially retired people like myself. My question that I present tonight to y'all is I've looked over the agenda that was handed out, and I'm shocked that I see nothing on here about the reassessment that's presently going on or whatever's happening with it. But I would just like to make one comment. Blue Ridge Appraisal, I guess, is the company that is doing the reassessment. They did not know what they were doing in 2011, so I'm surprised. I'm anxious to hear what they've done in 2015. Thank you so much, Board.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to address briefly.
Name and district, please.
I'll get there.
Okay.
Looking to address the public school budget presentation. My name is Michael Hart. I'm a resident and small business owner in the Mattapanai district. I'm also a Madison Elementary parent and volunteer. For the past 3 years, I've spent at least one full day a week at the school. I supported and actively promoted the school bond referendum, which this community enthusiastically agreed was necessary and a responsible course of action. But I believe it was also overdue. While it certainly represents positive progress, I fear it may prove to be merely adequate and not a proactive action. I'm not certain how much future growth was taken into account while the plan was being constructed. We as a community should not take the same view when providing for the staff of the schools. Dr. Parker and his team have prepared a comprehensive proposal, which we've put before you tonight. It explains where we are, how we got here, and what is necessary to get to where we deserve to be. I have experience running a business, and when a vendor comes to me with a proposal, I understand that he is asking me to invest in his product. I need to understand the cost involved in agreeing to his proposal, as well as the benefit of writing that check. The proposal before you tonight can be oversimplified, and I'm going to oversimplify it, and I apologize profusely for doing so. It's just a matter to me of a cost versus a benefit. If my figures are correct that I've received, the average $200,000 Caroline County home would see a tax increase of $240 per year if we write this $3 million check to the school district. Apologize again for oversimplifying it. $240 a year or $20 a month. I don't smoke, but I called Steve at Ladysmith Food Lion. He says a carton of cigarettes costs approximately $48. Over the past calendar year, the price of gas at Exit 104 has fluctuated more than 50 cents a gallon. I have a 20-gallon tank. I fill up 3 to 4 times a month, so I argue that the impact could be minimal for some residents. The schools are the single most important investment in our future. So what if we just write the check? If we fully fund this proposal, knowing we have more revenue in the pipeline from the new hard-earned commercial enterprises that we've attracted, what if we decide that making this investment will result in more revenue from commercial enterprises? What if revenue from those enterprises allows you to actually cut the tax rate back next year? And the year after that, it goes even lower than it is today. What if during those years we retain more teachers and the quality of education goes up as they become more experienced? We have so much to gain. I'm ready to write that check. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Anybody else wishing to speak at public comment? Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one else, I declare the public comment closed. As agreed, we are going to move the continued discussion of the expansion of internet broadband service as the next agenda item, as was presented on our board amendments. So we are going to move briefly to item number 12.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Thomas, you may, since it was your request, I will let you start.
Thank you very much. Mr. Black and I had discussed this when the agenda was being put together, and he wanted to have this back on the agenda. We had it on the agenda at our last meeting when it snowed, and the Gordons couldn't make it, Mrs. Gordon and Miss Gordon, who I've been in contact with about this for quite some time. And Mr. Cully has gone through, and we have 3 different proposals you can see that were the response to his RFP request for internet service. To be as nice and polite as I can, the 3 proposals are basically not usable.
Correct.
They go from I can pay X amount of dollars and they'll write a survey or a summary of what we need to do, or I can build an entire fiber network for $50 million, and that's the other one. Not quite, that wasn't the real number, it was closer to 10 or something like that.
But it's some exorbitant number.
It's some large number.
Right.
Yeah, but it was in that neighborhood. Now, what I did was, using my limited knowledge of the internet and whatever, and experience, put together just a simple outline of what we could do. The board, you may remember, Mr. Seeley, I don't think the other board members were here, but in 2007 or 2008, I created a public-private partnership ordinance.
Correct.
Which allows the county to go out and put out a public-private partnership request for other vendors to actually satisfy the county's needs. So in that outline, I've identified basically short-term needs, which is basically, as the Gordon said, if they just use cell phone technology, you just got a cell phone in the Sparta area, I believe.
Correct.
Not everybody in the county has full bar 4G or LTE service due to cell towers. If we just help those cell companies here improve their coverage, we could do that one thing. There are also other people like the satellite providers, DishNet, HughesNet, there's another one or 2 out there. If we negotiated a contract with those people, then we could have a discount. I think Miss Gordon, Laura, actually went to, I think it was HughesNet, and their costs were outrageous. It was like $1,000 a month for what she does. If we negotiated a volume contract with those people, just a purchase agreement, and say we can find 1,000 people, whatever the number is, that will buy your service, and guarantee them a 1 or 2 year contract, they're going to be happy. Then the long range, and the midterm one was next, Comcast and MetroCast. Mr. Black benefited from our discussions at the county when we had another vendor that was coming in to threaten Comcast. He got surveys of people, Comcast expanded. Ironically, MetroCast expanded recently on the same note. I talked to the general manager of MetroCast last week, and he said they would be interested in a public-private partnership to expand their service. So there's got to be some skin from the county, some skin from them, but we could basically expand their services through an investment with them. The last one is the eventual thing we'd all love to have is fiber to our house, which is the fastest one there is, because wired fiber is faster than wireless. But that's years and years away, because Verizon's the only one that does that, and they don't have any plans to do anything in Caroline for the next 10 years. We may be able to accelerate that, but that's what they said the last time we tried to do something with them. We can use that little school fiber network we have, but that's a small part of the county.
But I think the school fiber network probably has the highest probability of actually enticing somebody because the fiber's in the ground.
And
that is our biggest obstacle. I have talked to numerous vendors over the years, and the map that I think that was shown to us, those are the areas that they claim in their franchise agreement as being areas that they actually have jurisdiction over. So whether they provide service there or not is purely up to them, but those are the areas that they claim in the FCC licensing is what I believe I was told when I looked at that before.
Now according to the MetroCast GM, they do not have an exclusive franchise agreement, which means
that may be true, but getting any competition because they have gone.
I'm just saying, they don't have an exclusive agreement. I don't know Comcast because that's not the area that I represent for the most part. I take that back because they did expand into Belmont. I don't know if they have an exclusive franchise agreement either. But the reality is they're the next step. You know, Comcast, MetroCast expansion would be easy, and that provides a better internet access, easier. Then the last one is Verizon, changing all of our phone lines from copper to fiber, which, like I said, will take 10 years, or using that 10-mile stretch of school fiber. All I'm saying is in this outline that I put together, which could use a few more details, but it's just the outline because I was working free, and if we look at
Mr. Thomas, you get a paycheck, so it's not really free.
Oh, no.
Come on now. Come on. This is part of being a board member.
No. You know better than that. We don't ask Mr. Underwood to talk about schools and donate school things. The reality is I did this free, and the point is somebody can do a little more like staff who gets paid a lot more than $1,000. The reality is I would be willing to freely negotiate with any satellite vendor or any cable vendor or any wireless satellite vendor to create those contracts to allow our citizens access to internet quicker than if we followed one of these three plans.
The three plans were just...
But the reality is I got 2 people there. They just happen to live in the Mattaponi district, but I got 5,000 other people with maybe only 400 of them having internet access. The same is true for everybody, except maybe Mr. Black, because most of them are in the lakes. And Mr. Forehand's got a great
tremendous number of folks that have access.
But the rest of the county is very rural, and those are the ones, and it wouldn't cost us a lot. If we went to Sprint, AT&T, and Verizon and said, we need cell tower coverage here, we could give them expedited public hearings, we could speed them through the process, we could waive whatever fees they have, it wouldn't be a big impact on the county, we could get them to expand their service. I've worked with the state when they put maps like that together, and the state said 10 years ago we had total coverage in the county. Well, after I stood up on the table, they said, well, that's what they say. but it's not reality. We need to get that coverage in the county, and we could do it simply. All we have to do is start moving. The long-term goal of bringing fiber to your house, my house, I'll wait for that if I have something that can work now. When a real estate agent comes to us and says she's losing sales because we don't have internet, we need to do something. Now, quick, dirty math, if the investment we make in any internet expansion, I'm going to get back in real estate taxes because everybody's house will be worth more that now has internet access. I'm going to get more home business like these that'll grow. And like I said in the opening, you know, to paraphrase an old saying, if you build a better mousetrap, the world will be the path to your door. Well, now the mousetrap of the path is the internet. We got people sitting at home businesses. They're buying and selling on eBay.
You and I both have dealt with all the providers and have talked with them multiple times. And in discussions and trying to get towers, it's been a tough job because of the cost of the tower. I am not opposed to going to these folks and trying. I've had a tower in the lower end of my district that's been to planning, I don't know, at least once or twice. It's actually come to us. They've never come back. So we've had tower requests. It's whether or not they're willing to make the investment. And that's the hard part, is getting them to make the tower investment. And we have not had the ability to leverage tower investment. I don't mind trying again. I think it would behoove all of us to try. And I think that maybe you and I need to call some folks and get them into a room again like we did the first time and see what they offer us and what we can offer them back. Because I think that's the only way we're going to make any traction.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't have a problem talking.
I understand that.
It's quite obvious.
But it's talking to the right room of people, and that was our problem last time.
But the reality is I've talked enough, and I'm tired of talking. I need some action. And the action is to have staff put together a public-private partnership proposal that covers short-term, long-term, midterm. We could then patch in whoever responds, because nobody's going to respond to our long-term anytime soon. But we'll patch in Dish Network, who now has a contract with the county for 100 satellites or 1,000 satellites anywhere in the county.
But I think that's the first thing we need to do, is see if they're even willing to do that. Because my experience with Dish Network has not been good in terms of
Doesn't have to
negotiating.
be Dish Network. It could be HughesNet. It could be any of those.
Well,
what we have to do first is put a vehicle out on the street to make them start responding to us.
we can try that in the near term. I won't promise any timelines because we're in budget.
I'm gonna ask the board if we can make a motion to direct staff to move forward. I will personally work with staff, free again, and get a public-private partnership out to start satisfying the county's internet requirement.
Can we get through budget?
I'll
'Cause
put
that's-
that, I'll put that in the form of a motion. And I'm going to work on the budget just like everybody else. I don't think it's a problem with staff's time. Charlie's got templates that I can use or things like that. We'll call people and start getting them access. He's got to have a template he already put together this for an RFP.
Mr.
So I'm
Black?
going to make a motion on that sense if that's.
Mr. Black has a comment before we go there. Mr. Black?
Well,
Well,
there's a motion.
Well, there's a motion.
On the floor.
There's still discussion.
Well,
okay. I guess we all understand this is big in the county, and I appreciate many parts of your proposal, but, you know, one of the things is staff did spend a lot of time on those three proposals, and I'm not a techie, so I'd like to know why we never really discussed them at the last meeting, and so I'd like to know why they aren't up to speed. I know that staff has been talking to those three different companies. I know there's one out in the western part that's actually in Hanover called Last Mile Broadband. It's out in the Charlesburg area. And there's a lot of people that, from what I understand, are signing up for it. So I don't know what the difference between Last Mile Broadband is and the three companies that staff brought before us. Staff spent a lot of time on that. I think that we owe it to them to at least I just want to know why these companies aren't viable. And I think that we can, before we just throw the staff time that's been involved in it, I think we need to, I think we need to look at that. So hold on, I've got several things. So I think we still need to look at those proposals. I mean, as far as I heard speed mentioned, if speed is terrible, then it's terrible, and then we say it's not high-speed internet. But I don't think we did due diligence on looking at those proposals and say, this is why it won't work. The second part is, just this week, Mr. Parton sent me letters I had asked him to contact Verizon and Cox and to see if they were interested in expanding into the county. Actually, and we got those letters back, and both had told us that no, not at this time, they have no interest in expanding Verizon, Fios, or Cox, and that's even into the populated, into the populated areas. So that was Fios, obviously.
That's what I said. Verizon's not coming for 10 years.
And then the third part is those maps. I think one of the things that we need to do as a county is those maps that the young lady had right there. One of the concerns is I don't think, and just talking to one of your constituents, and in talking to several of mine out in the Charlesburg area, the map that Comcast gives us and the map where they're providing service don't match up. So we need to figure out if they're providing service in that area, and that was a map that was given to us by them, correct? So one of the things that we need to do is we need to say, hey, wait a second here, because a lady contacted me on the Charlesburg area that she's spending $750 just to send it to her house, and then she's going to spend $180 a month, whatever it is for the service. I understand that, but I'm wondering if she's in the zone where she should be provided anyway. So, I mean, I think we need to, before we say, hey, we're going to give Comcast money, I want to make sure they're providing service into the areas, and MetroCast into the areas that they're providing. As a county, I think that we need to contact them. The other thing is, you had mentioned satellite internet. From what I understand, that people have had HughesNet and Dish Network. Satellite internet, no one that I've ever talked to has been very pleased with satellite internet. I mean, I don't know too many people who can say, hey, look, my satellite internet is, I love my HughesNet. I just haven't had that experience.
So people that don't have any will say they like that.
Well,
they don't have any, they like that.
Well,
some internet than no internet.
Right.
Well, but the speeds, from what I understand, on HughesNet are terrible, and you're spending a lot of money.
Yeah,
So,
better than .02, though.
right. Then the other thing is, when we were discussing this years ago in Lake Landor, we had discussed before Comcast came to us, AT&T actually came to us, and not AT&T, Sprint. I'm sorry, Sprint had come to us, and they said, hey, we will put up, 4G was new at the time, we'll put up a tower, somewhere in the vicinity of Lake Landor, so it will blanket, but you have to guarantee us X amount of customers, or the POA is paying. I just couldn't do that. I mean, because then the POA would have been paying, at the time I was on the board, as much as I want internet. That wasn't a viable option, because if we had 400 of our residents sign up for it, that means the POA was going to have to spend $400 for the other 800 subscriptions or 400 subscriptions they wanted. Mm-hmm. And we just weren't on board with that. So I think one of the things we got to do is, obviously we got to look at some of this stuff, but I have no problem with, I think it's going to be a multi kind of approach that we're using, but I think we have to be very careful as we move forward, and I think staff has put a lot of time in already. I think we at least owe it to them to look at those options. It is a problem for a lot of people in the county. I have no problem with that. I am concerned if we get into something like the satellite, or I don't want to spend a lot of money, as the young lady said back here, I don't want to spend a lot of money and then the speed is terrible, or we're on the hook as a county, or we're getting into the business of selling internet. I'm not sure.
That's not really my plan. And as someone who spent a great deal of time selling software to state and local government, I understand what a purchase vehicle is. I can create a contract for the county, just like you buy off a state contract. I mean, the schools buy things off a state contract. We can create a local contract that says, given X number of subscribers, people that sign up, the cost will be this. We can sit here and talk about this for 6 months and never have anything done. What we can do is we can start moving forward and come back and say, okay, HughesNet says they'll give us $75 a month if we got 2,000 subscribers, 100, whatever the numbers are. We don't know the numbers. We're just sitting there doing nothing because we don't know the numbers. We can also, as Miss Gordon sent an email to me talking about the cost of HughesNet once you get to a certain amount of bandwidth. When you get to X number in bandwidth, the cost doubles. It's like your cell phone and data usage. When you get to a certain amount of data usage, the cost goes up. Well, why does that cost go up? Because it's supply and demand. If I got 1,000 users, I may get that cost number to go up a lot later than earlier. They're businesses. Now, am I the only pro-business one here? I know that's not true. What we're trying to do is provide a legitimate service to our county residents using whatever tools we have, and the only tool we have, since it's all private business, is the power of the entire county. We use the power of the entire county to say,
But we can't, I wanted to get staff through budget. I don't want to impact until we don't have excess staff, doing nothing. So if we could push this to the second meeting in April to have something ready.
no, why don't we just say, all we have to do now is say, we want a public-private partnership to provide internet services in the county.
We already have that document. We already have that.
We don't have that. We have a broadband authority, which is us.
Right.
We don't have a contract vehicle or anything
No.
of that
That's
nature.
what would have to be negotiated with whomever is willing, if they're willing to negotiate.
But if we create, see and the beauty of a public-private partnership is you put your requirements and your needs out there for the business community to bid on. You don't have to accept anything. You don't have to take anything. All you're doing, we're essentially doing an RFI, a request for information. And then when we find some information that's valid, we follow it up.
I don't think anybody's arguing that.
Why are we talking and not doing it?
I'm trying to put a time frame on. We're in the middle of budget. I just asked Mr. Cully, when will he be pretty much through his budget, so there'll be some time, and he's like, give him into April, because that's his only hard spot is budget.
I need.
Well, I mean, we've been looking at this. This doesn't stop you from talking to anybody.
Okay, I'd already made a motion.
I'll second the motion.
The motion is second, that we create a public-private partnership request for internet services in the county in any form. That covers wireless, cell phones, dish, satellite, cable, fiber.
Okay.
That's all it is. And then we put that out, we ask people to respond to it, and that's it. That's all we're doing.
You're going to have folks that you have to do what I did and get petitions out there and get people that say they will sign up.
How many
Because
do
I
you
had
have,
to do
Laura?
this in Sparta to get the cell tower. Okay.
See,
I'm just saying, we had like 500 signatures for one cell tower. So to do this, it's going to have to be in the thousands. I mean, over 1,000 to get any business's interest. And it's going to have to be in some confined, you're going to have to draw some maps in concentric circles so that people that you're talking to understand what area you're talking about and what the topology is. Because that's going to be the most important thing going.
And there are towers. She lives, probably you could throw a rock to the cell tower that belongs to FLS or used to belong to the local station.
Yep.
There's not one cell tower on there.
And that's the same problem King and Queen have. They have a tower and they can't entice anybody to put anything on it. I've talked to them at length.
Okay.
But we have a motion on the table. All those in favor, are we going to give staff a time?
I will work with
Second.
Mr. Cully to work around him, and if I have to sit in his office to do it, I will. I'm
Mr.
doing
Thomas?
it free. Yes, sir.
Are we still going to take in consideration the three at least?
We're going to see where those three fit into our long, short, mid-range plan.
Okay.
They could plug, and we can, none of these, Mr. Cully, none of these were you willing to respond back and say, hey, great proposal, we're going to sign a contract tomorrow. None of them did you even consider viable, did you?
I don't think that's fair, because it came to us, we had a brief discussion. We didn't really discuss which one of the three, or if any of the three were the best. We kind of talked about it, but we didn't give staff a, here, go forward with this, let's look at it, because we didn't get any detailed information. Those were basically, from what I'm gathering, from those were basically outlines from staff. I didn't see things
No,
for speed.
These are their actual proposals.
Okay.
Now, trust me, I think I told you I had hernia surgery 4 weeks ago.
Correct.
I was basically at home on the couch for 3 days. I've read these three. Okay? There's not a lot of meat in them. I said in the beginning I was being nice about their proposals. They don't really satisfy our requirements. Is that an incorrect statement, Mr. Cullen?
We felt that they needed more work, and as I'd recommended to you, maybe we could put a committee together and meet with them, but none of them seemed interested in designing anything for free.
We have a motion on the table. I'm going to call for a vote. Those in favor of Mr. Thomas working out around staff time till we get through the budget at RFI, request for information.
My motion was to create a public-private partnership. I said it was like an RFP.
RFI.
RFI, creating public-private partnership request for internet services. That's all it is. And then we can plug them into where they fit in our county outline. A public-private partnership, you receive their information, you don't have to take it, you're not committed, you can say, thanks, have a nice day, you can say, I'd like to talk to you some more, that's all we're doing.
So it's on a non-committal basis.
Right.
Okay.
That's by definition what it is anyhow.
Everybody understands. Further questions? All those signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Agenda item number 4 has been withdrawn for this evening, so that is out. And in the interest of time, can we just go ahead and go to 5, agenda item number 5, which is next anyways. I don't know what I was thinking. We have 2 ordinances, Mr. Fincham, and can we do both of these public hearings at the same time?
I believe we can, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Long?
Mr. Chairman, just out of courtesy, is it possible to finish the unfinished business and do number 11 so we finish up on that and these people could get home? Are we allowed to do that since we moved the broadband?
But we moved the broadband when I did the agenda. I'd like to get the public hearings done because we're way behind. Mr. Fincham. Number 5. And we can do these concurrently?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, your first 2 public hearings tonight are TXT 01 and TXT 02, 2016. Both of these amendments relate to amending the M1 zoning districts to allow a carry-out restaurant. Either one is a by right use in the M1 district, or the alternative is as a special exception use in the M1 district. By right use, it's a permitted use. It would simply be a permitting process handled administratively by planning, zoning, and building. The special exception process, as you are well aware, is a public hearing process. The proposed use would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, subject to review and recommendation by the Planning Commission, and ultimately with final approval by the Board of Supervisors. The staff presented both options to the board, which the board then referred the 2 options to the Planning Commission for a recommendation. Planning Commission held a public hearing on both of the proposed text amendments and forwarded a recommendation to the board that it would be appropriate to amend the zoning ordinance to allow the carry-out restaurant as a use by special exception in the M1 zoning district. That is the basic discussion of those 2 proposed text amendments.
Any questions from the board at this time?
I do have.
Mr. Thomas?
I have one. Mr. Fincham, in the planning, I was a little slow bringing it up, but in the planning commission documents or discussion, was there any input from the health department?
No, sir. The health department has their regulations concerning restaurants, whether it's sit-down or carry-out. So they have their regulations. Aside from that, they took no position as to whether it should be by right or by special exception.
So they could care less about either or?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Underwood?
My question was similar to Mr. Thomas. If they gave any reason why they would not discuss whether it was by right or by special permit.
Because they have their own set of regulations that they go by, and I think our process is, for lack of a better word, irrelevant to them. They have their guidelines for permitting a restaurant, whether it's carry-out or sit-down, and beyond that, they did not feel it would be necessary to take a position.
If there's no other board comment, I will open public comment for TXT 01-2016 for amending the County Article 10 for industrial zone property for carry-out restaurant. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Approximately about a year ago.
Can you give us your name and voting district?
Wesley Deloach, Mattapanai. Approximately about a year ago, I leased a building from Frankie Chenault. It was zoned, he told me, commercial. And we proceeded to do the paperwork to try to implement a carry-out restaurant. The health department gave us all the literature we needed. Excuse me. And we proceeded with their recommendations, and we did everything that was required to open the takeout restaurant. Then we found out that the building was zoned M1 instead of B1, so that presented a problem. So in the course of the last 10 months, we've been in the process of trying to redirect the building so it can be zoned as a takeout restaurant. And at that point, we're right here.
So you just basically need an ordinance so you can move forward?
Yes, sir.
And zoning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Thomas?
Got to cut myself off. Normally, we don't talk like this until public comments finish, but you owned a restaurant prior to this?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
That was on Route 2, located by Corbin store area. We ran it for...
Stonewall Jackson Road area?
Yes, sir. We ran it for approximately 2.5 years. The contract came open at 2.5 years. My landlord lived in Florida.
And raised the rent on you, and you had to let it go?
Basically, she had seen on Facebook and everything how the business was running.
Right.
And she felt like it warranted more rent.
Okay. The reality is, you have run a successful restaurant. You made a restaurant you had grow. You did very good until the rent went up and you couldn't do it anymore. That's all I want to say. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deloach.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing none, I'm going to close the hearing for special exception 01, 2016. Board members, questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Long, I'll wait for you.
I have a question for Mr. Fincham. I see, looking at the notes, that the Planning Commission went one way and then the other way, 4004. Can you just briefly give us a brief rundown as to what their reasonings were?
There was some general discussion about the by right process versus the special exception process. And you've seen our zoning ordinance. We have one commercial zoning district, which allows everything from an antique store to a truck stop and everything in between. We have one industrial district, which allows everything from a small manufacturing operation up to a quarry and everything in between. There was some discussion about we don't have multiple districts where you might have a light industrial district or a flex zoning district that allows some commercial uses and some industrial uses. And I think that generally was the basis of the discussion, that given the M1, perhaps it should be a special exception use, which would allow the board to look at it on a case-by-case basis versus a by right use, which then opens up, allows that use in any M1 zoning district.
But we're still just talking carry-out restaurant.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Black?
No, so just to make sure on this carryout restaurant, so if we were to deny one, gentleman could have his carryout restaurant if we approve the second part, correct? The second text amendment?
That's correct. Whichever one you approve,
Right.
he would then be allowed to carry out restaurant under that provision, whether it's by right or by special exception.
Okay. Thank you.
My sentiment is that I do agree with the Planning Commission. We need to keep an eye. Not that I don't want somebody to do something, I just think we need to make sure it's area appropriate for what's going on in the site that we're looking at. It certainly is area appropriate. I'll take a motion, I guess. Everybody sees there's two.
I have questions.
Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry.
No, I just deferred to Mrs. Long. I don't want to give up my turn here. Mr. Fincham,
Yes, sir.
the location where Mr. Deloach is looking is on 301.
Yes, sir.
Not quite to Panola Road, but in that general area.
Yes, sir.
The Trailway Inn area, I think we all know where that was, right? That's what it was called?
Generally across the street, and then the old Pine View Deli
Right.
is adjacent to this property.
The Trailway Inn, if memory serves me correctly, used to sell seafood to go.
Yes, sir.
So there is precedent for a business that was there
But that was zone
having
business.
to go, it was zoned.
It's zone B1.
It's I don't recall the zoning, Mr. Seeley. It is entirely possible that that was a non-conforming use. It was a restaurant when I started working here in the county.
So it just fell into by right because of where it was.
Potentially, yes, sir. I just don't recall the exact zoning.
It could
has
realistically been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It went out of business. It was a non-conforming use. They now could not just turn around and open back up.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Right. Had Mr. Deloach's landowner from Florida had said last year or the year before, I guess whenever they were still going, because they were still running a little while, maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
I'm not exactly sure.
Somewhere in there. But he could have bought that and kept going without any problem. How many instances like this do you see in the county in an M1 district? I think he's the only one I can think of.
He's the only one that we have been working with.
Right.
For this type of request. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the last thing is, Mr. Deloach, I'm sure he is probably just loaded with money. But if he's a small businessman and he has to go through a special exception process, how much is the fee for special exception process in this case?
It's probably going to be, and I'm talking off the top of my head because I did not check the fee schedule before the meeting, roughly $2,000.
So we're now going to ask the small businessman who, really the market is going to determine whether whatever his carry-out food is any good in an industrial area, because if he's got steel shavings in it from his, welder, that's going to be a problem. Nobody's going to eat there. But if he just has regular food, who cares whether it's in an industrial or area at all? So we're now going to say to this small businessman who wants to run a business, you can't do it unless you give us $2,000?
What if one of the sand and gravel places decide they want to have a takeout restaurant and they're zoned industrial and it's by right? I mean, I'm just, where do you want to draw the line? Because we don't have, when M1 was set up in the county, there were no other criteria set for what else could be done. It's not light, it's not heavy, there's nothing in between. So it's one or the other. And I'm just saying, we've got industrial property in the county that could be turned into.
And to tell you the truth, if Luckstone right down the street says we want to have a hot dog carry-out restaurant, if I'm riding by and I want a hot dog, I might stop. What's the problem? I mean, we're trying to create an environment where everybody has a chance.
Mr. Forehand, you got a comment?
Wait, are you just going to cut me off again?
Well, you've had the floor a good long time.
No, I haven't. I'm asking questions, and now
I understand. We're wrapped around the wheel. Let's move on a little bit.
Oh, this is the last time we're going to do this. Go ahead, Mr. Forehand. But this is the last time we're going to do this.
Are food trucks in the same category as this restaurant?
Pardon?
Are food trucks in the same category as this restaurant?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
Any other comments from any other board members? Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion. No.
No, we don't have a motion.
I'm waiting to be recognized because we're
Mr.
going to
Thomas,
do
you're
this
free
by
to
the
make a
rules
motion.
from now on. I'm going to make a motion that we accept text amendment 0126 and do it by right. If that's the decision of the board, Mr. Fincham will have every opportunity to work with the Planning Commission and make something light industrial or more exceptions. But in this particular case, it would be in the best interest of the county if we make this a by right application.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a second. All those signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Thomas?
I voted aye.
Mr. Forehand? Ms. Long? Mr. Underwood?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Nay.
And I vote nay. Do we have any other motion coming out of that agenda item?
Mr. Seeley, I'd like to make the motion that text number 02-2016 be accepted.
I have a motion
Second.
for 0216. I have a
Second.
motion and a second. There, in between, during the motion, there's always time for a question. Mr. Forehand.
Why are we having the special exception conversation, not the rezoning conversation? To B1, which would allow this by right?
It's my understanding that the owner of the property did not wish to rezone it to B1.
Okay.
Mr. Deloach is actually the lessee of the property.
John, if you can go back to the very first plan, and I know we'll talk about this with respect to the special exception, but I know that the discussion just came up a moment ago about if there's a total build-out of Ladysmith Road to 6 lanes, what would be left? And we actually, Mr. Forehand, had our engineers go to VDOT and get what their design would be, even if it was built out for 6 lanes. And even after that build out, based on the VDOT criteria that we received in their ultimate design, there would still be about 20 acres in most places.
Yeah, about 22 feet.
About 22 acres, 22 feet of distance within that right-of-way that you could have some. So I think the risk of there ultimately being, a removal of all that buffering is very, very small unless something changed. But we did look at that because we knew that that would be a question. But I would be happy to answer any questions that you all have. Obviously, there are some other components to this application as part of the special exception.
Mr., I guess.
Well, we are still in public hearing, so I will ask if there's anyone else, if you guys will take a seat, if there's questions, we will come back to them after we close the public hearing. Anyone else that wishes to speak on the rezoning of the 40 acres RZ 03-2015? Because there was someone here earlier that wanted to speak on the rezoning. Okay, this is for the rezoning of the 41 acres. It's RZ 03-2015. Anyone else wishing to speak on the rezoning? Anyone else wishing to speak on the rezoning? Seeing no one, I'm going to close RZ 03-2015, the rezoning public hearing. Questions from the board? Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Klein? No, I think I'm good with you, Mr. Fincham, although I do have another question for you later. Mr. Klein,
Yes, sir.
You just spoke about the 6-lane build-out for Mr. Forehand with regards to right-of-way and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And you called me last week or week before last, and we talked about your proposal. May have been a little longer than that. Time kind of runs together. That was you.
That would probably be another member of our development team, probably Mr. Greenberg.
Mr. Greenberg, okay. My question is really, when we talk about the 6-lane buildup, that's basically dependent upon what the state does with House Bill 2, HB 2 money. If we don't get the HB 2 money, which means we won't have any state changes, the road will be 2 lanes, what effect would that have?
Sir, we have worked with VDOT to develop a transportation plan that would mitigate the impacts when we open on day 1. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Holgren, if you don't mind. Carl Holgren is the traffic engineer with Ramey Kemp, and he actually developed the traffic impact analysis and has developed the off-site improvements. And so if you don't mind, I'll have him walk through all the improvements that would go into place prior to us being able to open the store.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as Tom said, I'm Carl Holtman with Ramey Kemp and Associates. We did the traffic impact study. I'll try to use the pointer here to indicate the off-site improvements that will be constructed with the Walmart Center. The main improvement is construction of this segment of what we're calling New Green Road. And just to orient you, this is existing Green Road over here on this side. And this will be the primary access point to the center. It'll be a full movement access point. There'll be dual left turn lanes constructed on westbound Ladysmith, turning to go south on New Green. There'll be a dedicated right turn lane in the eastbound direction to turn in this way.
Now, I don't mean to cut you off, but this is saying HB 2 money doesn't come. You're saying you're doing all of that without HB 2 money?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then coming north on New Green Road, we'll have 3 outbound lanes. There'll be dual lefts turning this way to go towards US 1, and then a right turn lane coming out this way. And the symbol indicates a brand new traffic signal at that location as well. And then the secondary access point will be a right-in, right-out access point that you see right here between these 2 out parcels. There'll also be a dedicated right turn lane there as well on eastbound Ladysmith Road to turn in. And, construction of New Green Road from Lady Smith Road approximately, I think it's about 1,100 feet down to the property line here. And the idea here is in the future, this would be extended further to the south and connect back to existing green, which loops back around this way.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
Can you go back to that?
Yeah.
Or would it leave automatically? Okay. See where it says on the top, Lady Smith Road?
Yes, sir, right
The
here.
very top?
Mm-hmm.
You are not proposing anything to the right of the word road?
Aside from this transition taper here to develop the dual lefts, turning onto New Green Road.
Okay, so
That
nothing,
transition occurs, it looks like, to about this point here, roughly to where the McDonald's driveway is.
you're doing that?
Yes, sir. That whatever transition widening is needed to develop those dual lefts turning into the site, so that there will be some transition widening in this area.
Okay, so Mr. Fincham, all of our HB2 stuff is from to the left of the traffic light?
No, sir. HB2,
Getting him to say that.
HB2 improvements will start over at the northbound off-ramp
At the bridge?
at the
yeah.
bridge and actually extend all the way over through the Route 1 639 intersection.
Not including the things he said he was going to do?
That's correct. This
Okay.
is above and beyond.
Okay.
We have worked with VDOT to try to minimize the removal of anything done by the applicant as part of HB2. So we're trying not to tear out, we're trying to tear out as little as necessary between this project and HB2.
Okay, my point was just to figure out, and knowing the odds of HB2 applications and the funding, if we don't get HB2 money, what your road improvements will be at a minimum and what the impact will be from there. Thank you, sir. That was all I had.
Mr. Forehand? Ms. Long? Mr. Underwood?
No, sir.
Mr. Black?
Maybe Mr. Fincham, or can you just talk to me a little bit about, before the HB2 money comes in, and if we get that, but the Old Green Road, is there any effect to the Old Green Road when Walmart comes in? What is the effect of the Old Green Road?
With regards to the rezoning application,
Can you go back to the map?
which one did you have there?
At the intersection with,
Okay.
I'm talking about at the intersection with Lady Smith Road, where old, the current Green Road.
Yes, sir. This project has no impact on that intersection at all.
Okay.
This project has been designed with the entrances here, here, and ultimately down here to discourage traffic westbound on 639 to making a left to come into the project. This is a left in, this is a right out, or vice versa. And then back here is a modified entrance that would allow truck traffic to come in and make a turn and then go back out. So the project has been designed to discourage traffic westbound or eastbound on 639 from using Old Green Road to access this site. But it does not physically affect the intersection of Green Road and Route 639.
Okay, that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, we will move to agenda item number 7, text amendment 07-2015. Any questions before we open the public hearing? Hearing none, I will open text amendment 07-2015 for public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward at this time. This is a text amendment for the sign regulations.
Good evening, everyone. My name is George Spinner. I live in the Mattaponi District. I'm also a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals, and while I want to see this thing built very badly, the question I have, or the concern I have, is giving special exemption for signage for just this project when there are other areas of the county who may be saying, well, how come I can't have that same exception? And I was just wondering about that because we do have these types of situations come up before us. And I just wonder what kind of problems this may create down the road, that's all. So, I just thought it might be something, if you haven't thought about it, maybe think about it. In Ladysmith, for instance, you may get businesses that all of a sudden are saying, well, if Walmart can have a sign this large, why can't we have a sign this large? Just something I thought maybe I'd like to bring up.
Thank you, Mr. Spinner. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Mr. Chairman, again, for the record, Tom Klein with Troutman Sanders here on behalf of Walmart. And I just wanted to say that we welcome this text amendment. I think in response to this question, this is a text amendment that applies to this planned shopping center district, so it's not a specific text amendment just for this property. It would be a county-wide amendment that would give the discretion of the board when you've got a planned shopping center district zoning classification to allow a individualized signage package that the board ultimately would have to approve. And I do know that there was an initial draft of the proposed text amendment, and there have been a subsequent amendment or subsequent recommendation, I think, from staff suggesting that the language be clarified so that some of the size limitation doesn't apply when you have kind of directional or informational signage, et cetera. And we would, I know that you're probably not going to vote on it this evening, but when you do take it up for final action, I would, I guess, respectfully ask that you take a look at that clarification, because I think that would help with respect to specifically some of the building signage issues. But aside from that, we welcome this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on text amendment 07-2015? Anyone else wishing to speak? Last chance. Hearing none. Text amendment 07-2015. Public hearing is closed. Board members with comments. I'm going to complete the public hearings. The next public hearing is on text amendment, or is on special exception 06-2015. Request for a special exception permit in accordance with Article 12, Section 13, standards for use permitted and pursuant to the proposed use but are not yet adopted. Mr. Fincham, you seem to have something to say.
Now, my only point was going to be this special exception is dependent upon the board adopting the text amendments before you take action on this.
Right, so we'd have to vote on them in the same order.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Comments? Any from the board before I open the public hearing? Hearing none, I will open the public hearing for special exception 04-2015. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Tom Klein with Troutman Sanders. This was a special exception that addressed not so much the signage that would go on the actual Walmart store or the actual business itself, but the signage that would be the monument signage to support the overall development. And so what we did in crafting the signage package that you have in front of you for the overall development was we looked to the new text amendment that you all were that was being proposed and being considered this evening. One of the criteria of that text amendment is to allow 2 large center identification signs not to exceed 25 feet in height. We have 2 proposed, one on Ladysmith Road, another one further back into the development. Another one of the criteria was to have the identification signage for the additional tenant spaces or out parcels to be 8 feet in height with certain limitations on square footage. Again, there was a recommendation that you have in front of you from the Planning Commission. We have no objection to that. The only area where we had maybe a slight departure from the recommendation from the Planning Commission was there is the very front out parcel. John, if you could point to that. I think the developers were contemplating, the Walmart would come in, that these out parcels would build out, but one of the out parcels that they were focusing on, we'll show that in just a second.
Technology never cooperates with
Yes,
one.
I know. One of the out parcels that we have is, that's giving you images, and these are included in the package of what we're proposing for the identification signage, and those come to you with a recommendation from the Planning Commission for approval, and also with some limitation, I think 320 square feet divided between the two sides, and that's fine. With respect to the signs in the middle, those would be 8 feet tall, and I think they were recommending 32 square feet on each side for that, and that would be the signage that would be associated with the various out parcels as those build out. And again, the developer has no objection to that recommendation. The only one we wanted to talk to you briefly about is that front out parcel. I think there was a sense that as this development builds out, that might be an attractive out parcel, perhaps for maybe another small strip center or retail center that might be asking, as they're coming in, asking for a little bit more signage. And so I think with that one, we were asking that the sign, the Planning Commission had said that sign can have face on each side of 60 square feet, and we're fine with that. I think they were just asking that perhaps that could be a little bit taller at 12 feet rather than 8 feet. But that was really the only exception we take to all the recommendations, is asking if you all would consider maybe that be 12 feet tall rather than 8 feet tall.
And that would be only if it's multi-tenant versus one secondary anchor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we would have two of the large ones, the shopping center identification, that would have Walmart signage on them, and those would be the 25-foot tall signs. Then the rest of them would be for each individual tenant as they attract tenants to build out, and those would have a limit of 32 square feet per the Planning Commission recommendation, and be no more than 8 feet in height. And I think, exactly as you stated, Mr. Forehand, their thought was that front parcel might be attractive for a multi-tenant build out, and they wanted to be able to have the flexibility for marketing that, to have that sign just a little bit larger.
Can we hold our questions? Let me finish the public hearing, and then we'll go to questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you're anyone else wishing to speak, and I may have made an incorrect number, is SPX 06-2015. Sign ordinance. Anyone else wishing to speak? Special exception 06-2015. Anyone else? Am I right? Hearing none, I will close this public hearing for SPX 06-2015. Board members with questions of the applicant or of staff? Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Forehand is doing math.
Mr. Fincham?
Mr. Black?
So the only thing right now, if I'm understanding correctly, the only difference between what the Planning Commission was that one sign, what they had labeled, I think, C, and when we met with them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, they wanted 12. I mean, and the Planning Commission recommended 8, correct?
Yes, sir. 8 feet in height, 60 square feet of sign area.
And I think when we talked to, when I talked to the developer, when we met, they were going to go back. They're still asking for the 12?
But it is multiple tenants, so.
Right. Well,
You may need it to split, so.
right.
That's
I guess,
that's the only reason.
is there a way, is there someone from the developer, can I ask a question?
My name is Mark Greenberg with Blackwood Development.
Hey, Mr. Greenberg, how are you?
How are you?
Doing well. Would you guys be willing to possibly, if the board is amenable, to split the difference? In other words, instead of 8, because you guys had asked for 12, and the
Would we
Planning
agree to
Commission
10?
had
Is
said-
that what you're saying?
Yes. I mean, well, I've got something here in front of me that is kind of a compromise between the two sides. And it says, basically, if you're a single tenant, it shall be 8 feet. If it's advertising a single tenant. So it'll be 8 feet with 32 square feet sign area.
Okay. Wait, it was supposed to be 60 feet of sign area. Whether it's 8, right now the recommendation from the Planning Commission was 60 feet of sign area and 8 feet tall. We were asking for 60 feet of sign area, 12 feet tall, if it was a multi-tenanted, and then Mr. Forehand asked if we would agree if that would only be if it was multi-tenanted, which we're okay with. If you want, but we would still like to have the 60 square feet, even if it's a single tenant.
Right now, it says 8 feet and 30, it says 8 and 32, Mr. Fincham, correct?
Those are for the Bs. The C is 8, well, the C is now
I'm
8
having-
feet and 60 square feet.
Right.
You have something different that I didn't see.
Do I have something that's in front of me that's,
The Planning Commission hold on one second.
so right now you're saying if a single is 8 and 60?
The Planning Commission recommendation for the multi-tenant sign C was 8 feet in height and 60 square feet of sign area.
Okay, so that's.
That assumed it was 2 or more tenants.
Okay. So would Walmart be, I mean, I guess would you guys be okay if we said, all right, it was 10 feet and 60 square feet in sign area, and no one tenant is allowed more than 32, so if you basically have 3 or 4 tenants, you can go to the 10 feet. See what I'm saying?
I'd be comfortable, I'd be comfortable with 10 feet and 60 square feet for a multi-tenanted, if it's multi-tenanted, but I wouldn't want to give up the 60 square feet even if it's single tenant. I'll go to 8 feet high if it's a single tenant, but I wouldn't want to give up the 60 square feet. We've already, through the Planning Commission process, reduced that.
I think that's, okay. So you'd keep it at 8, so you're basically willing with a compromise?
If it's a single tenant and the compromise is 8 feet tall, 60 square feet in signage, if it's more than one tenant, it could be 10 feet tall with 60 square feet in signage. I think we can live with that.
The compromise here says under 3.
Says what now?
Under 3. I mean, that I've talked to Mr.
Under
Fincham.
3 is
Under 3
2,
would be
right?
still, it would still be 8 feet.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
This language was in response to your discussions with me. It has not been circulated with
Right.
anybody else.
Okay.
So any discussions with
Right.
the applicant or the rest of
Okay.
the board, they're not aware of the
Okay,
draft that I
right.
prepared for you.
Okay, I get that. So,
Do you want to tell us what so it's 10 feet with multiple tenants?
it's 10 feet with multiple if you have more than 3 tenants at 32 square. 3 or more. 3 or more.
Go ahead, Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, I can read
Would you
what I
please?
prepared for Mr. Black. Is alternative language, what I drafted for Mr. Black. A building designed and constructed as a single commercial enterprise shall be permitted an 8-foot tall sign with 32 square feet of sign area. In other words, that parcel would be treated as any other out parcel with a single tenant under the PSC zoning. Or a building designed and constructed in a contiguous grouping of 2 or 3 commercial enterprises shall be permitted an 8-foot tall sign with 60 square feet of sign area with no single tenant exceeding 32 square feet. Or a building designed and constructed in a contiguous grouping of 4 or more commercial enterprises, which by our ordinance is a neighborhood shopping center, shall be permitted a 10-foot tall sign with 60 square feet of sign area, with no single use or tenant exceeding 32 square feet of sign area.
So Mr. Fincham, really, what you have there really was the request for 10 feet, a 10-foot sign with 60 square feet of signage space, correct? And he's asking for 12?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Okay. Based on what you just read, the last section regarding the 10-foot sign and 60 square feet of signage.
Yes, sir.
But he's requesting 12-foot sign and 60 feet.
Yes.
And he's saying that he doesn't want the 60 feet of signage to go away regardless.
That's what I heard, yes, sir.
So really, the question is then, so the 8-foot sign is 32 squares, is that right? Of 60?
The Planning Commission recommended
On the first one.
a multi-tenant sign C, 8
Right,
feet
I
tall.
understand that.
Yeah.
Go back to the single for a second. The single signage is
8 feet
8
tall,
feet and 32.
which is consistent with the other out parcels and any other B1 zoning
correct.
parcel along the corridor.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what the applicant to me just said, that if he agrees to do 10 feet, a 10-foot sign, he still wants the 60 feet of signage on, correct?
What I heard the applicant say is they want 60 feet of signage regardless of whether it's a single tenant or multi-tenant.
Multi, right. So I think it's, okay.
Okay, I just had a chance to read this, so I think I sort of understand it. What we would be willing to do is, we would be willing to agree as I think Mr. Fincham is trying to get to. If it's a single use, one single tent user on that pad, which is possible, we would agree to it being the same sign as a B, which is what he wants. But I would like to we will agree to the 10 feet limitation if it's multiple tenants, but we want anything more than one, so 2 or more should be 10 feet and 60 square feet of signage. I mean, that would be, I guess, a compromise to this compromise. I think it's getting too complicated.
Convoluted.
If we go to that. So if it's one tenant, it's a B, it's a sign B. If it's multiple tenants, it's 10 feet and 60 square feet of signage. Are you done with me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, I am, thank you.
Okay.
Any other,
A question now, does
Mr. Thomas?
Does what Mr. Fincham read to us now become part of their application?
We have not done anything to make it part of the application. This is merely a text amendment. Mr. Fincham, you can answer that, or a special exception, rather, to this would be a special exception to the sign ordinance that we just heard prior to this.
That's correct.
So this would be a change yet to that we've just heard.
This would be a modification to the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Which would amount to a significant change?
I don't know that you necessarily, it's still consistent and actually less than their original request of their special exception permit. So it's greater than what the Planning Commission recommended, but less than what they originally requested.
But it would be greater than what the Planning Commission recommended and what we advertised.
No, we advertised their request, so we're still good there.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Thomas, you're done? Your light's still on, so I'm asking.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Forehand, Ms. Long, Mr. Underwood, Mr. Black?
Just for my clarity, one tenant, 8-foot sign, 32 square feet.
One tenant. Keep going, yeah.
Sorry. 2 or more, 10-foot sign, 60 square feet.
Yes, sir. Just so you guys, I'm sure you know, but the parcel we're talking about putting this sign on is 2.5 acres. The other out parcels are all an acre and a half or less. So it's a significantly different parcel that we're dealing with here.
Okay, any other questions on SPX 0615? Hearing none, I'm going to move agenda item number 9, SPX 07-2015, which is a request for a special exception permit in accordance with Article 17, Section 13, standards for use of a special use permit. Mr. Fincham, is there anything else to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would offer, when you ultimately approve SPEX 06-2015, with or without amendments, that same language needs to be approved with SPEX 07-2015,
Okay.
related to the sign package,
Okay.
as well as addressing the issue of the landscape buffer.
Okay. Any questions before I open the public hearing? Hearing none, I will open the public hearing for SPX 07-2015. Anyone wishing to speak? Mr. Klein.
Good evening. I think as we discussed earlier, this is obviously a companion application that goes with the rest of them, and it's addressing two issues at this juncture. It comes to you with a recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission, and all we're asking here, obviously, is the flexibility to have some of the landscape buffering within the ultimate right-of-way, as we previously discussed, and as is also referenced in one of the proffers. One of the proffers allows that, subject to approval of the special exception. And also, again, just for the record, we did have our engineers go out, talk to VDOT, examine what that right-of-way would be, and even in the event of the 6-lane build-out, if that were to ever occur, we feel fairly confident that there'd be 20 to 22 feet of remaining right-of-way for landscaping in. Also, as Mr. Fincham indicated earlier, because the zoning on this property is technically HCOD in addition to the new zoning classification, when there's ultimately an action on it, a portion of these signs that would fall within that HCOD, also there's criteria that those have to be specially approved by the Board of Supervisors. So it's just wrapping the signs that you already looked at that would be within the HCOD portion of the site earlier, just including those as part of the approval. So it's just basically fixing it with respect to the HCOD regs and then also fixing it with respect to the sign regs. I think ultimately when you all act on this, because there would be the criteria that one sign, per the discussion you just had with Mr. Greenberg, that it would be either an 8-foot, 32 square foot single tenant or a 10-foot up to 60 square feet per face. If it's multi-tenant, more than 2, that would just need to be noted when there's a motion with respect to this one. 2 or more, yes. But aside from that, we have nothing. Again, this was presented to the Planning Commission, comes to you with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening. I'm not going to keep you very long, but this is the first time that I've seen this traffic plan, and I was kind of curious about the old Green Road. And y'all have spoken to VDOT. I have not. So I was wondering, what are we doing from the interstate over? How much roadway are we going to have so that if people are going into Walmart down Green Road, you say they can't, theoretically, except at that last entrance? And with that last entrance there, and again, we know what signage does, people still run over. We had the same thing at Carmel Church. We're not supposed to have tractor trailers turn. They do. So I didn't know if Walmart could prevent anything from going from Green Road or not. So I don't know if that puts a kink to it. And I know it might create some problems for our people if they want to go up Green Road the other way, so you have your left in and your right out. If y'all can follow where I'm coming from.
I had a lengthy discussion about Green Road with all the folks that are here. I mean, we probably spent an hour. And Mr. Fincham, I will let you talk about our discussion with what to do about Green Road prior to, and I'll explain, HB2 is actually state money for road improvements, and you have to make application. We have made application. We understand that our application has been recommended for approval. We won't know what that situation is until the Commonwealth Transportation Board meets and votes on those projects. So prior to that happening, Green Road will stay just as it is today. If you come down 639, you want to turn left onto Green Road, you will be able to. If you come out of Green Road and want to make a left, you will still have that ability, though I think it will be difficult.
I agree.
But there is nothing that can be done about Green Road, and I've talked about this with all the folks involved in this project, and with, you're correct, we are. And I will reserve the rest of my comments till public comments over.
Okay.
Sheriff.
Well, first and foremost, I'm all in favor of Walmart. I want you all to understand that. I think that's great for the county. I'm only concerned with the traffic issues that we have from 95 with the Hillcrest and everything. And I'm speaking not just as a sheriff, but the former first sergeant. I just want to make everyone aware of it, that's all. Okay?
Thank you. We will finish that conversation here momentarily. Any other comments? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else? Hearing none, the public comment is closed. Sheriff Lippa, I did have a long conversation about Green Road. I had the same concerns and the concerns of the folks that actually live on Green Road that may not see it. And calling it New Green Road was sort of a misnomer to me because it sounds like we're going to close that and we're going to move it down. That is not the intent. It is not in the development area. It will become an issue, probably a lot that will get solved with HB2 when we get the funding, or if we get the funding to do that, because of the way the road will be configured at that point in time. They will be pretty much forced to turn left at the light and come back around to get to Green Road. Other than that, at this point in time, VDOT's basically said that other than that, Green Road will remain open just as it is today. And the HB2 money probably we won't see until late 2019 or so. So the construction wouldn't start until probably the 2019-2020 timeframe, is my understanding. I am going to move on to item, Mr. Fincham, I'm going to move on to agenda item number 10. And I don't know who's handling that.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
You've had the public hearings. You should probably take some action, at least to defer the applications,
Okay.
so they're not just sitting.
I guess we'll have to do these individually, and we probably should have done them as we went through them. We are still working on the final agreement, so we are going to defer action on agenda items number 6, 7, 8, and 9 until March 1st. So if I could have a motion to defer these until March 1st.
So moved.
I have a motion for deferment for decision till March 1st.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to defer decision on these until the agreement's finalized. Any discussion?
Define
Mr.
the subject
Forehand.
of the agreement again. What's the subject?
The subject is development agreement between us and the developer is not final. We have done the public hearings. We are deferring a decision until the final of the development agreement. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Agenda item number 10. Mr. Siegel, I take it you're presenting item number 10?
I think that's the vote, yes, sir.
I wouldn't say vote because I don't know that any of us voted on that. I understand the paper is in your hands.
All right, all right. Well, I think before you, you've got an exotic animal ordinance, and I have some talking points that my colleague Ben Emerson has put together, and I'm going to try and highlight them without going into too much detail, but you probably know Ben even better than I do at this point, so there's a lot of talking points. But I'll try and summarize it. Basically, what you have in your packet at the moment are two versions of a permanent ordinance that take different approaches to the exotic animal ordinance. One ordinance was prepared by Ben as county attorney, and it specifically exempts various types of monkeys owned by Dr. Hayes and recommended by her veterinarian as not being dangerous. That ordinance provides for these types of monkeys to be exempt if a Virginia licensed veterinarian certifies a monkey in question to be one of the types that meet the standards set forth in the ordinance. And I didn't preface any of this with what you have in your executive summary that says, you know, you've been through this sort of temporary, you've had an emergency ordinance that's going to be running out. But I'll refer to that again. The second ordinance was prepared by the sheriff's office after substantial consultation with a non-human primate expert. And I think Ms. Heffler is here from that office. I'm not sure if that's all right. And she can answer any questions that the board might have about the version of the ordinance and the expert's credentials. It exempts non-human primates under 30 pounds, with certain named exceptions, upon registration with the county and obtaining a permit from the county. The permit under the sheriff's ordinance is granted by the Board of Supervisors upon the recommendation of the animal control officer after all conditions that are necessary for granting the permit are met. There are a lot of conditions that are in there. There are permit fees, surety bonds, liability insurance, removal of canine teeth, secure enclosures, annual inspection, and permit renewal. Only in that version, only non-human primates that were in Caroline County on June 9th, 2015 or before, that was the original date of the ordinance, that are registered within 90 days of adoption of that ordinance may be permitted. So if that ordinance is adopted, then those non-human primates, if the owner registers within 90 days of the adoption of that ordinance, then that non-human primate is eligible for obtaining a permit. So you have 90 days to register, then you have another 12 months to obtain the permit from the date of the 90 days. So if you didn't own a non-human primate on June 9th, 2015 or before, and you don't register it within 90 days and obtain a permit within 12 months, you cannot legally own it in Caroline County. non-human primates obtained after that date aren't allowed, even if they would otherwise meet the criteria. So both of those ordinances have been reviewed by the county attorney. Both include the same provisions that satisfy various due process concerns on taking of property. They allow but don't require the animal control officer to seize and impound an animal from an owner keeping it from violation of the ordinance. But before disposing of the animal, either by relocation or destruction, without the owner's consent, the ordinance requires the officer to obtain a court order after scheduling a court hearing with notice. So you're all aware of the Dr. Hayes matter, I think, right? Everybody aware of that? There's a motion for an injunction to enjoin the county sheriff and the sheriff from enforcing the existing ordinance until a trial on the merits can be held. A hearing is set for February 26. So the existing ordinance has a 120-day deadline from receipt of notice of violation, which basically brings us to February 27th as the deadline for Dr. Hayes. At that time, if Dr. Hayes still has the animals in the county and the board hasn't adopted an ordinance, then she'll be in violation of the ordinance. The first ordinance that I just spoke to exempts the types of animals owned by Dr. Hayes, and if adopted, probably would make the hearing moot. The second ordinance would allow a 12-month period to get a permit as long as there's a registration within 90 days, and that might make it moot. And to make matters a little more confusing, but more helpful in some ways, Ms. Long has sort of become a minor expert on this as well, and has worked on some revisions to the sheriff's ordinance that I think she has handed out to you that deal with, well, I'll let Ms. Long speak to those when that comes up, but that's sort of a third option for you. One thing we do recommend as county attorney is that you take action tonight on one of those three ordinances. If you're going to make an amendment to any of them, that's fine, because the next meeting isn't until March 1, which would be after the hearing date and after the violation of our ordinance. And that is the long-winded talking points. I apologize.
Questions from board members?
Mr. Seeley, I'm going to take a few minutes, and I'm going to try to go through this quickly. And I apologize that I didn't get this to you guys before 5 o'clock today. I've looked and spent quite a few hours looking at all the different programs and met with Lieutenant Hafler. Is that right, Lieutenant? Thank you. And made a couple of changes. And one thing is, I think first of all we need to decide if we're going to allow small primates to reside in Caroline, or if we're just going to make it a temporary exception for those that are already in Caroline. My one concern is I've read several articles where monkeys are being trained to service animals, especially for paraplegics and people that can't, use their hands, fetching things for them. That may come up, and I hate to see us back here again. But instead of being breed specific, I think we should go by weight. Your largest New World monkey is going to mature, a male's going to mature around 25. I really don't care if we make it 25 or 30 pounds, but we certainly don't need anything bigger than that. So I think that's one of the first things this board needs to discuss and decide. The other things that I changed were giving the animal control officer a little bit more authority in the permitting procedure. Certainly, they're going to be there. They are the best ones to deal with this and to make decisions. I did change a little bit of the wording in the permitting fee in that although I understand about the canine teeth, there may be conditions where an animal is severely old or is not in good health, and that could be a hardship or not an appropriate thing, or they may already be filed down or worn down if it's an older animal. I think that should be something that is decided again in the permitting fee as something with the animal control officer. It has also been recommended to me, and Mr. Forehand can make a motion if he likes, that the fees match those for our vicious dog fines, which would be $100,000 liability insurance, and what were the other two? $100 permit.
Application and the renewals.
The application, the renewal fees to match the vicious dog ordinance. And I'm fine with any of those. So those are basically some of the points. The biggest issue we have to decide is, do we want to be back here again if somebody comes and says they have a service animal that is, a monkey? I also changed service animal. There were just 2 breeds there. I just put any animal who is trained and certified is considered a service animal. So those are sort of the things that I looked at, trying to be fair to everyone. One of my concerns is we know of one person that we found with non-human primates, and there may be others up there. I don't want the fines or the permit fees to be so high that they don't come and register them and get their permits. So those were some of the suggestions I made, and thank you for your time.
Other comments? I will now open the public hearing for an ordinance to prohibit the keeping of dangerous or wild or exotic or vicious animals. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wishing to speak, come forward.
My name is Dr. Hayes. I'm the reason why we're here to have this discussion. Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for actually revisiting the ordinance and trying to make some changes so I can stay in Caroline County and keep my primates. But I do have an issue with removing the canines from my primates. My primates have never gotten loose. They've never bitten anybody. They've never been to public risk. I have one that's 15 and one that's 17. That will really be hard on them. I have 2 lemurs. The lemurs' teeth are very thin. And if I remove their canines, that's going to really impede their eating and mess with their structures of their jaws and stuff. So I'm really against that. I did see something where they was talking about putting a sign, have me put a sign up, a 12 by 12 sign up to say that primates live on this premises. I've seen that in something. I've been in Caroline County since 1993. Very few people even know I own primates. Putting a sign up is going to really create a problem. People are going to see a sign and say, oh, well, she's got primates now. There's only a few people that knows I have primates, my friends and a few people that live on my property. So I think putting a sign up is really creating a problem. I have no problems with getting liability insurance. I don't understand why I would have to pay a bond if I have insurance for them, because like I say, my animals, it's just, I'm the sole keeper. The only time my primates actually have any interaction with anybody when I take them to the vet and they staff. So I don't understand the reason for a bond. Like I said, I don't have no problem with insurance, liability insurance, but making me pay a bond, I think, is a little overkill. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else would like to speak? Anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Last call in the public hearing. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing none, I'm going to close the hearing on the ordinance to prohibit wild animals. Board members. Mr. Thomas?
Sergeant. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was Sergeant, now it's Lieutenant, right? Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Lieutenant, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. You actually had no idea that there were primates at the doctor's house until her alarm went off or something and deputies were informed to come in. When you got there, what was the condition of the primates and the cages and things of that nature?
The conditions were very poor. They were so poor, in fact, that legally we had the right to seize every animal that was there. We spoke with Mrs. Hayes. She admittedly said she didn't clean her cages but once a week. So animals were remaining in their own urine and feces for 6 and 7 days at a time until she cleaned a cage.
Okay. So the cleanup of all of that was really instigated by your showing up there and threatening to take the animal? Okay. Do you know of any other primates in the county or?
No, sir.
Residents?
No, sir.
Nobody on 17 has primates anymore?
No, not anymore. No, sir.
But they used to?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that was?
I believe it was the Sheltons.
Okay. And you never had any interface with them at all?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Forehand?
Just for clarity, there's the cleanliness is handled under a separate ordinance.
They fall under the
Typically.
companion animal ordinance under the Code of Virginia, so yes, we have guidelines to go for by that.
I was just making sure that's a separate issue, basically.
yes.
Okay.
Lieutenant, I
Ms.
did.
Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant, I did also have a question, and I changed it in my markups, but I wanted your opinion on the sign. I had the same concern that the doctor said, is that curious people may see the sign and pull up, whereas normally they would be by, and thought, Mom, why couldn't you just post a sign outside of wherever a primate is housed? I understand the possible danger and the zoologic concerns and why you would want to post that, but I also see the security possibility of curiosity being stemmed. Do you have any problem with that change?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Underwood?
Lieutenant, my only question, Mr. Thomas made mention of primates being in the county at another location, and you didn't have any problem, not even knowing that they were there, I guess, or maybe you did know they were there. But very little issue, and had not the alarm gone off, you wouldn't have known. So you really haven't had any issue other than the alarm going off. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Black?
I guess for me, I think we took this back up originally when, in November or October or something.
We've had it several times.
Yeah, and the first time we took it up, and if I'm not mistaken, and I said this the last time, there was a unanimous vote at that time to ban, even including primates. Was that not the vote?
Well,
primates were included in the banned original, right? I mean, the original back in November, correct?
Yes.
And in doing so, there was a lady that came from us, and I understand she had, mountain lions, and I don't know, she was bringing in tigers possibly, or there was a plan to bring in tigers or something like that.
Yes.
And I understand that, but she also had primates, correct?
Yes, she had two.
And we told her everything's got to go. We didn't say, hey, you can keep the primates, you can't keep the lions, you can't keep the tigers, but you can keep the primates. We told her everything's got to go, correct?
Correct.
So in some ways, to me, we set a precedent.
and I think I've talked to you about this, and I really appreciate meeting with you and going over yours. For me, it's in adopting the one, it's a tough call for me because in adopting the one that you're now allowing, the one that you've drafted, which I appreciate, we're now going to say to another, and that's the tough call for me because now we're going to say to citizens, okay, well, you can have them, but the lady before couldn't. And that's, I guess that's the tough call for me because we made someone back in November do one thing, and now we're saying, hey, because someone else comes to us and we've decided we've changed our mind, it's different, and there's no consistency.
And we still originally stand behind
and
the original ordinance.
Right. The other thing, too, is can you explain, I know Ms. Long and Mr. Forehand had talked about the application fee. When we met, you had talked about why the application fee and the renewal was so high. Can you explain that?
Yes, sir. We met with an expert in reference to primates because we have no knowledge, no training in primates whatsoever. In the event that we did do something like this, we would have to consult back with them, and they charge a fee. So we were trying to incorporate his fees into, if we take the second choice that we suggested, we may have to have him come down on our inspections to make sure that the caging is adequate or, whatever that we're not familiar with, we need his expertise.
And is this basically fee at cost in here? I mean, what would they charge, just out of curiosity?
$150 an hour.
Oh, okay.
So
that's why the application fee.
That was traveling time, yes.
Yes, that's why the application fee is so high.
Yes.
Okay, I really do. I mean, I really appreciate your work on this. I mean, I really do. It's been, believe me, I'd like to see the end of I'd like to see the end of this.
Mr. Black, if I can, because we do have two new board members, our position stayed the same, but when we kept hearing that there was some changes here, we tried to put something to give you all an opportunity to do whatever you deem proper for us, because, again, they haven't heard the story, but the mountain lions had spider monkeys, and I've dealt with spider monkeys back when I was with Enrico. I know y'all didn't hear this story, but we were called to it. We actually, the owner called us because of the fear of that monkey. When you start getting into the weights now of them and stuff like that, who's going to weigh them? And are we going to go on different species? There's still a whole lot that's there. But again, they are not domesticated animals. So, that helps.
Thank you. We have basically 3 ordinances in front of us. Mr. Forehand?
Just one other question. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. The surety bond,
Yes.
I'm trying to recall our conversation. Do you remember what those run? This is per animal. What those are running, just to give us a ballpark. Do you have any idea?
I'm not sure, no.
Yeah. But the bonding may not be per animal. I don't know, I just see that as being a little excessive. My point of view on this has always been, one, if we're not trying to, and you've heard me say this, is the initial ordinance was not to address monkeys. We have a history of not having issues with monkeys. We have provisions in our ordinances to allow the existence of canines that do have a history of doing damage to humans, and we make allowances for that through a permitting process. And I just fundamentally feel that the outright banning of an animal, that this issue does have a sunset. It will go away eventually when the animals pass away. And there are provisions so that no more come in. They're not bred. They're not. This goes away eventually. That just fundamentally that it's something we ought to have an allowance that's not so cost prohibitive that it makes it not an allowance. So that's the gist of it.
My concern is we have found one set of primates that are here. I am sure there are others. And it's just like you can mail people, you can put things in the paper, people don't see it, they don't understand what's gone on, an alarm goes off, fire and rescue shows up somewhere, they just said, I didn't know I couldn't have these, and that truly is my concern, is that we don't know about them because they're not an issue. And I will say that we haven't found the last set of them in the county. And there are plenty of people that have them that we don't have any clue have them. And I guess that's my concern, is that we're saying they've got to get a permit, they've got to come. I don't know how to get to those folks. I don't know how to make sure they come. It's not like we have a vet that specializes and that everybody comes here for. I don't know what we're going to do in the future, and I guess that's my other concern, is if they're here and they can prove they've been here, do we have the ability with what we've done to say, okay, you can prove they've been here that long, you can go through the process when they get discovered, when something happens.
And my understanding is that is the intent, the sole intent of the registration process. And we've been talking about it for 6 months now.
Yep.
And, ignorance to the law, I guess, is no defense to the law, but it's not like it's been a 2-week process. This has been going on. It should have their awareness and have their attention at this point.
I'm just going to give you the other side of the coin. How do we then not have people that will move into Caroline with them and get up there and say, I've been here all along?
I think that moving in someplace, I think they're going to have to prove that they've been here. I mean, proof of being here is something, if the property's been in their name, they've got vet records that show this is their address. I mean, I had exotic birds for years. Which ones I had were pretty easy to track, when I got them and how long I had them. Vets, all kinds of things. They're going to have to come through with the burden of proof. I'm just saying that we have not tripped over the last set of these. I'm sure of that.
Mr. Chairman, my suggestion would be that we make this a temporary 90-day registration period for animals that are primates under 25 pounds that are already residing in Caroline County, giving people 90 days to apply for their permit. And if we get service animals in that happen to be primates, we either make it an exception now, or they come in and ask for an exception. Service animals should be exempt, just under the category of service animal. But from what I'm hearing from the board members, we don't want to encourage more, but my feeling is you don't want to change the rules of the game in the middle of the game. And if these are small primates and they're pets, it's hard enough to take a bad dog away from their owner when they've raised it from a puppy. And I'm sure that's had to be done many a time. But I just think it's fair to our citizens that the animals are already here, they're already their pets, to give them time to get them registered, to go through the permitting stage, and then go on from there.
Mr. Thomas?
I have one question, Mr. Chairman. We're talking about 90 days to get them registered and whatnot. Just to put it all in perspective, we passed the original ordinance in April. We didn't discover Dr. Hayes's until October.
Right, that's my point.
It's 6 months later.
Yep.
I mean,
in 6 months, or a year, we're going to find somebody else that's had these animals for a long period of time that didn't know that this was going on.
or that's what they'll say. But my point is, I was following the sheriff's office original ordinance. We did that as an emergency to take care of mountain lions.
Correct.
I thought it was a good ordinance. I went along with the extra emergency ordinances to allow more time to get rid of them. I think that's the case. If we want to allow more time, other than that, I submit the sheriff's comments before about his issues in Henrico with monkeys. The lady that's still trying to get her face repaired from the monkey episode. I'm going to follow the sheriff's original recommendation. That's all I have to say.
Okay. At this time, we have 3 ordinances basically in front of us. We need to make a decision tonight. A motion is in order. We've done the public hearing. We've heard from everybody. The attorneys recommended we do something tonight.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Can I speak
Siegel?
for a second?
Sure.
If you do adopt one of these 3 tonight, or some modification of them, there's nothing to stop you from advertising and changing something a month from now or 60 days from now, once you've thought more or different issues, but you have something in place.
You also have the option of extending the emergency ordinance.
That's getting more and more complicated because we have to go back to the original date, add days, and we're going to end up right back where we're at today.
Same as what he just said.
Well, except that we'd have something in place that was semi-permanent that we could then modify. It would give us the opportunity to come back and revisit. Ms. Long?
All right, I'm going to make a motion, because we've got to get started on this, that we take number 3, the one I've worked on, going with the temporary exception, changing the fees, it's going to be number 1 up to 3 on page 4, eliminating number 8, changing the liability insurance to $100,000. And at the bottom, the sign, that's, number 10 is the entrance, outermost entrance to the facility, so that should stay there. Under F, the application fee, to be $100 for a vicious dog, Julie? $150 to equal that of a vicious dog, plus any additional fees from experts required.
So is this per animal or per household?
One application.
Per application, so it's not per animal, it's per application.
Multiple animals.
Okay.
I haven't seen the prevent fee, so I can't, okay.
Yeah, give me 30 seconds.
All right, page 1. Temporary exception is the one we'll go with. It says, for a period of 90 days from the adoption of this ordinance, any owner of a non-primate with a maturity weight of under 25 pounds, housed within Caroline County, okay? No changes on 2. And page 3, no changes. Page 4, we're eliminating number 8, changing the liability insurance to match that of a vicious dog, which is $100,000. Under F, I'm sorry.
No, 10 stayed.
10
It's the
stays.
placard on the exterior
It's not at the
enclosure.
entrance to the driveway anymore. It's now the outside of the security structure. Okay, so that stays. Oh, you're on the wrong one.
Ms. Long, may I, for the vicious dogs, it should be dangerous dogs, because vicious dogs are euthanized.
So it's dangerous.
Dangerous dogs, so if you're doing it for the record, just so that
Okay,
it
thank you,
clears
Sheriff.
up with that.
Local outside of the outermost security structure. And on F, application for non-human primates and any amendments to such permits shall be accompanied by a permit application of $150 plus any additional fees from experts required. And the annual renewal is okay?
I think
85 for the...
And, yeah, that's it. Well, that is my motion. Animals, there's a clause in there, animals that are not property cared for, or just like any animal, they're not property cared for, they can be dealt with under other penalties.
I have a motion with changes.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I'm not going to vote for this simply because I can't vote on something I saw at 5 o'clock. Nothing, I mean, I appreciate Ms. Long's work, but I have no idea what's in that, and it's 11 o'clock at night, and I don't want to, I mean, the sheriff's office and the staff have put together a motion that we had time to look over, and I just don't think that would be doing due diligence to vote on something that we got at 5 o'clock. So I'm going to vote nay. So thank you.
Well, we haven't voted.
We're not to voting. We have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor of the third ordinance with the changes, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
There's a division, roll call vote. Mr. Thomas?
I vote nay.
Mr. Forehand?
Aye.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Underwood?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Nay.
And I vote aye. Motion carries 4-2. Thank you, Ms. Long, for all the work you did on this ordinance. I understand. We are to agenda item 11, appropriation of fiscal year 2014, 2015 year-end school budget balance.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman Seeley, Vice Chairman Black, and board members. I would like to, at this time, request appropriation for the remaining funds, unspent reversion funds from the fiscal year 2015 operating budget. Funds totaled $288,628, and you've been provided with a one-page request that outlines the use of those funds for capital improvement, technology, and instructional purposes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we return the funds to the school budget.
As presented? Hold on. Well, we have a motion and a second. Discussion, Mr. Cully.
Are we going to hang on to the 12.5? Otherwise, they got to write us a check back. Well, their beginning balance was 288, so we're going to appropriate back to them the 276, 128.
Mrs. Long, would you amend your motion? It's your motion.
I will amend my motion.
Let me finish though. I would like to, as I said before, or tried to say before, extend an olive branch to the school board. We talked about the trailers. You got 12.5 in there for trailers.
Yes, sir.
Would it be possible if the county accepted the whole $25,000, we give the school board an extra 12.5 to buy technology and whatever capital projects they are? Might be 5 or 6 computers. It's a small token in a $43 million budget. It's not a lot of money. I know we talked about half and half, but this is us giving them an extra step while we get in the budget process.
I'll second that amended motion.
Yes. Okay, I'll amend my motion.
And I'll second the amended motion.
Thank
Well-
you, Mrs. Long.
Well, let me go backwards a little bit. We have a motion, we have a second. We have an amendment. So the amendment needs to be made as a motion, which I take it is from Mr. Thomas.
Mrs. Long accepted my friendly amendment, so that's her motion.
But the second needs to come then from Mr. Underwood. And
I will amend my second.
I'm just making sure that I'm in the right order.
You're right.
Secondary motion.
Didn't you make the second?
I made the second to...
Mr. Underwood seconded the original motion,
I
that's
didn't
why I had a
think-
different second.
I didn't think he said second before I asked. That's fine with me.
Okay, I'm
But
just,
I will amend my second.
so we don't need to change,
They get the whole 288.
628.
Then you
Okay.
just tell us later how you use that extra 12.5.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Agenda item number 13, proposed change orders to volunteer Ladysmith, and Mr. Whiteman is gone. It's long past his bedtime. Does this have to be acted on this evening, I guess is my first question. Well, I understand we're almost there, but there is, let me just say this, that initially we were given a quote, and Chief Loftus isn't here either, that we were fixing the building and there was never a mention of a roof leaking. And I can't believe that during the construction process, that wasn't noticed. But I see Chief Melson's here, so maybe he can shed some light on this, because it is of a real surprise to many of us that we did all the renovations inside and the roof's leaking. And to, Mr. Cully?
I talked to Mr. Whiteman about this today. In 2010, he pulled the permits out. In 2010, the roof was 2 skylights replaced, and all the screws and neoprene washers on the whole roof were replaced. So when they were going through this issue with the architect and they drew up the plans for the inside renovation, Mr. Whiteman was involved throughout. He never realized that there were really any roof issues. There was some uninsulated ductwork over top of the second floor that they were having condensate issues with as well. So the stained tiles they saw in the ceiling tiles, they thought were either old roof leaks from before 2010 and or ductwork issues. So they didn't realize it until they actually got in there. And we did some repairs. There was a change order I approved to do some roof repairs after we got in there and realized there was some roof issues.
There were
But the initial,
2 light panels that weren't insulated also that did the condensated
Inside of it,
also
so-
that created issues.
So they knew there were some issues, but they didn't realize the roof's at 29 years, so it's right at its end of life. But that wasn't taken into consideration by both the architect or Mr. Whiteman when they were first involved with trying to get the inside straight and dealing with the structural problems with the floor.
And day 2 of the demolition, it rained, and we had already taken the second floor ceiling down, and we knew that we had a leak at that time. The ceiling was marked in the 3 areas where there was, and there was a small change order issued to them, one to replace the 2 skylights that were in that area and to insulate, as well as to fix the 3 leaks that were currently then that they had. Since that time, today, there's actually 4 spots in the ceiling that's leaked since we put the new ceiling in. The fire department's had several companies in there. The last time, when it went through the major upgrade, I guess, was in 2010, and they've had another company in since then that's tried to repair it also. The roof itself is almost 30 years old next year. It's definitely something that if the board chose to, you could probably get another 5 to 7 years out of that roof. You're just going to end up every year going up and trying to make repairs every time there's a leak. With a seamed metal roof like that, if it's leaking up near the roof, it's insulated, it's hard to tell in which part of the roof it is. We looked at the project, of moving forward. It was recommended by the architect and myself as we looked at it to bring it forth to the board and thought it would be a good investment of the county's money, since we've just invested that money, to fix that problem to make it a long-term solution instead of short-term.
I'm going to get there. I understand, Mr. Black, do you?
I guess, and we can go back and this was the agenda item that hit me the hardest when I was looking over this board packet. I mean, when we talk about fixing a facility and renovating a facility and spending $200 and something thousand on it, which was 100% county. I understand the volunteers put in, hey, that if it ceases to exist, it's ours, and I understand it's our equipment that's in there. But if I'm going to if I've got a 30-year-old roof that is metal and it's been leaking and it's got a history of leaking, I just don't understand why we weren't at some point in this project said, hey, you might want to, before we do anything to any of the living quarters and anything like that, we might want to take a look at, see we've had a history of, roof problems and roof leaks, so we might want to take that in the scope of work. I mean, to me, the frustrating part, and I understand we got to fix a roof, but the frustrating part from my perspective is the fact that this is the first time since we've been discussing this for years, this is the first time that I have seen anything in writing that, hey, we have a terrible roof, and it needs to be fixed. So, and I hope that's the part, and I hope we can understand that, that's the part that's the most frustrating. If I'm going to do a renovation in my house, and I've had roof leaks before, and I want to do hardwood floors, and I want to do whatever that I need to fix the living quarters because it's outdated, I get that, I understand that all buildings do, but if I have a roof leak, the first thing I can do before any renovations, I have to fix the roof. I mean, we're talking about the schools. I mean, we would go ballistic if we did renovations in the schools and that $25 million bond that we've got, and the roof was still leaking. So that's just my frustration. And so anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you again.
Other board members' comments? Personally, I think that if we're going to go after the roof, I think it ought to have 3 bids. Just because there's a contractor there now, it wasn't in the scope of work, I think it needs to be rebid, and we need to get 3 bids from somebody to come out and take a look at this. That's my opinion at this point. Just because we let the contract for the inside doesn't mean we let the contract for the roof too, because it wasn't in the scope. So I think being out of scope, it needs to go out for 3 bids and see what we get for prices.
You will have, if we do that, I'm not objecting, I'll do whatever the board wishes, but if you want to go out for bids, then we're going to write specifications and pay the architect to put together specs and pay for advertising, which is an additional cost as well, just to make sure we're clear if you're doing bids.
But, it wasn't in the scope. But I think it's over $10,000, it's over $5,000.
It meets all the purchasing requirements because we're not exceeding over the percentage line of the overall project, so we're still within the limits of the law. But again, that's a board decision if you want to do that or not. I mean, by the letter of the law, it's fine.
Mr. Underwood?
Mr. Seeley, I understand what you're saying, and under normal circumstances, I would agree. I think it's a situation here where I'm not going to call it being overlooked or someone's oversight, but it needs to be done, and I don't think we can prolong it because we're not happy with how it evolved. And I think we should err on the side of caution. Go ahead and fix it. Hopefully this does not happen again. I was angry when I saw that. Now you're talking about fixing the roof, and that should have been the first thing that occurred. But then I said, well, if it needs to be replaced, then let's have a conversation about going forward whenever we have a project, looking at the whole scope of the project to make sure there's no add-on, but let's not penalize or let's not set ourselves back. Let's not cut our nose off to spite our face.
I understand, but this metal roofing is a specialized skill, and what I don't want to pay is a pass-through for the prime to go hire somebody, and we're going to end up paying a premium on that because metal roofing isn't their specialty. Mr. Thomas, you got a comment?
Oh, I just left my light on, but since you asked, at this particular cost, $25,000, isn't that where we can get 3 phone bids?
Yeah.
We can do quotes.
You can do 3 phone quotes.
Yeah.
You don't have to have
3 written.
Yeah, written quotes. So we don't have to actually have an RFP or anything.
No, but he specifically said bid, so if he wanted to bid it, we can get 3 quotes, it's under $30,000.
3 quotes, the same as a
3
bid.
quotes, bid quote, whatever you want to call it. I want another set of eyes looking at this because, again, this is metal roofing. Everybody doesn't do it. Well, everybody does it. They just go get their particular person.
Right, everybody doesn't do it well.
Very correct. I would just like to see us get something that assures us and puts eyes on it. But now fixing it's even more tedious because we've got all the interior finish on it. Is that not correct?
The project's complete. We've got a couple little punch list things where we've got some paint things. And the top step's got one little spot. The project's done. We've held the project up at this point just to we thought it would be a good time to be able to include that. The project architect, Mr. Weber, looked at it and said if we can do it for anything less than $30,000, we've got a deal. So we're at 24,960, so, we're way under what he thought it would be, so I thought we were good from that standpoint. But we'll be glad to go back and get additional quotes if that's what the board wishes.
So it just snowed like 2 feet on that roof inside of all the good stuff we just put up there, huh?
That's great. I was in there today. There's 4 stains in that area that we fixed, and then there's some leaks in the bay area as well. Mr. Underwood hit the nail right on the head. One of the things myself and Mr. Cully talked about is, in the future when we have county money invested into a project, the county really needs to be taking that forefront from the start. The fire department kind of led into that for the first year and a half.
Yeah.
It was bid out. There was a bunch of issues. So.
That's fine, Mr. Chief.
Right.
The reality is if you get 3 phone quotes or 3 written quotes, you can do that in a couple of days so that if it snows or rains hard again, it'll be done before that, right? Right.
I mean, they've got to time it around the weather because they're going to be taking a piece off at a time and putting it back down.
All right.
Ms. Long?
Because I'm coming in new to this, is this our building? Is this a volunteer building? What is the relationship here?
It is a
Go ahead, Mr. Shebel, because you have the agreement probably, if not with you.
I didn't actually bring that because I wasn't thinking that was something we'd be getting into. But there's an agreement that the county actually signed with the fire department. They own the building. However, since there was significant investment, the county wanted to protect that investment. And the fire department has signed an agreement that was prepared by the county attorney that if they cease to exist as an organization, the building will become Caroline County's in the future.
We had that same agreement in the town of Port Royal, but our volunteers maintain their own building.
And typically that is that. They came back, there was a hardship in that agreement also, that the fire department was able to prove that they have less than $20,000 to their name to operate the facilities. Typical month is anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 of monthly money that they spend out and get reimbursed at the county. And we're able to show they just didn't have funds as some of the other volunteer organizations, have in the bank. So they met that qualification for the hardship at that time, and the board did approve to, fund that 100% because there was a need. During this project, also just of note, it actually was a structural issue on the second floor, and the building official had to condemn the facility. During that, there was a redesign to put the facilities downstairs. They used to have the bunk room and showers upstairs. They're now downstairs. There's now ADA-compliant bathrooms that weren't there before. There's separate bathrooms for male and female where they used to have to share, separate showers, separate sleeping quarters. And it took the commercial kitchen that they used to use for fun driving and really now has a small kitchenette kind of so they can do some small cooking but not really catering as they used to do. So it was kind of a whole redesign that was done during that time.
Other comments, questions?
I'm ready to make a motion that we proceed with 3 or more phone quotes and proceed if their quotes are not to exceed $27,000? 25 then? $25,000?
He just said the architect, they just said it would be lucky if it came in under 30. So what happened,
24,960. The architect said if we got it for under 30. It's attached. He sent an email that states that in the attachment.
You already got a bid for 24.9. Right. So.
Right. Okay.
I'm adding some contingency because this is. All right, that's fine. Just trying to save labor. Coming back to the board for another $1,000 if there's a contingency item. That's all.
You already have to bid for 24.9, so if somebody says 35, he gets 2 more bids for 35, we're going to do the 24, right?
I mean,
depends on what it says.
I don't know what it says.
I'm just looking for the motion in the second.
We find the motion to proceed with 3 quotes, not to exceed $25,000, and to proceed with that.
I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Agenda item number 14, we're going to at least start with the roof.
This is Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the next agenda item is for a roof replacement at the Department of Fire and Rescue / Planning Office. We were actually trying to incorporate this into the upcoming budget, but as time continues to go on, the leak's getting worse. The last thing that we want to do is end up damaging the building and trying to avoid any mold issues that might come. So it was pay me now, pay me later. We felt it was better to move forward and fix the issue before we have more issues that are there. The roof was redone when we moved social services out and Public Works and planning moved into that facility originally. The roof was redone then. It's basically an asphalt rolled shingle that goes down, and then it's hot mopped with tar. And where it meets at the edges, there's a flashing, and basically the asphalt shingles that are up there, the road is actually shrinking and pulling away. So it's now allowing, any time you have a driving rain, it actually gets down the wall and runs down the outside edges of the wall. So everything we're seeing right now is running down the outside edges, not in the middle of the structure. We do have a couple places where we're starting to see bubbling in that. We've been told that that's because moisture has gotten in there. When the sun beats down there, it vaporizes it, and the steam's causing that to rise. And they said it's just a matter of time before we end up with a leak in the middle of the building. So staff looked at that. We got 3 written quotes from 3 different roofing companies that have done business for us in the past, and we've presented that before you in the memo, with Melvin T. Morgan being the low responsible bidder at $55,993, and staff would recommend that we move forward replacing that roof immediately.
Ms. Long?
Is this the same building planning department's in?
That's correct.
Mr. Forehand?
Flat roof, correct?
Yes, sir.
Gravel?
Yes, sir.
We're going to replace it with a flat
Flat
gravel
TPO roof.
TPO.
TPO, I actually spelled it out. It's a rubber roof. Thermoplastic,
membrane?
olefin membrane roof, yeah. Okay. So it's a welded seam, so it'll actually weld together. It'll be like one piece of roof.
So no gravel?
No gravel. 30-year life expectancy, 20-year guarantee.
Before we put a 30-year roof on a building, you think we're going to stay there for a while? The rest of the building's in shape?
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to move anytime soon from that facility.
Well, it wasn't necessarily you moving. It was really just the reverse of the firehouse. I mean, we're going to put a roof on and the rest of the building's going to fall apart.
I hope not. We're actually in the process of getting ready to paint that facility as well as putting carpeting in it. So we've actually got money in the budget to do that this year, but with the roof, by the time we get done this budget year and with the roof, we'd actually have a fairly new building. So.
Okay. Just
Any
saying.
further questions? Well, at least we're starting with the top, not, the carpet and the painting, and then...
Might be too late if the water ran all down the walls already.
Building official lives in that building if it was
Mold doesn't.
bad.
Mr. Cully, do we have the money? Can I make a motion then, that we go ahead and accept the bid from Morgan Company to replace the roof for $55,993?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
My light came on. Do we expect there to be any damage? Because I recognize the lowest bidder has a qualifier about replacing plywood and things like that.
We don't expect that. They're actually replacing all the insulation that's underneath of it. But looking from the decking underneath, right now it's actually leaking on the edges, not in the center of the roof. So we feel pretty comfortable if we get to it now that we won't have any further extended damages.
Yeah, once they pull the roof off, we could be in a whole different story.
Expected versus not expected. If we know it's expected, then and we have a contingency already built into one of them, that's fairly steep, but the other ones are silent to it, so it'll just be a change order at that point, either way.
Understood?
Yeah, put them on the roof to cover the hole.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Informational calendar items.
Mr. Chairman, 14A was the ministers' conference
Oh,
request.
you are correct. I can't even read my own writing. A, B, and C. National Day of Prayer, make an application, we need to send a letter to the judge and with a,
Yes, I'm
with a
asking,
motion for-
I'm making a motion first that the board allow the ministers' conference and whoever else would like to participate in the National Day of Prayer on May 5th at the courthouse at 6 o'clock, and that we, as the board, ask permission from the judge to use the courthouse. So that's my motion. 6 p.m.
motion, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second, National Day of Prayer, May 5th, 6 o'clock, with a letter to the judge. All those in
Courthouse.
courthouse lawn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Next is a meeting with the volunteer fire department chiefs, I believe was the request.
And chief
And that's
office.
the whole board?
Yes.
And have,
Yeah.
well, Mr. Black wanted, and I guess that's the discussion is with the whole board, Mr. Black.
I think it would be best if the whole board was there, so that way we can, and I think Chief Loftus should be there too.
So we're not going to do that. Is it a special meeting, a regular meeting?
However,
Once you do it part of the budget work session.
yeah, that's fine. Attach it before a budget work session, give them an hour before a budget work session.
I'm good with, do we have any idea for budget work session dates yet? So whenever Mr. Cully sets up a budget work session, we'll meet an hour before with the chiefs?
Usually like late March, early April.
We have the, I'll give you the budget on March 1st. We have a budget public hearing scheduled for March 15th. So normally after, I assume.
End of March. End of March,
Mr. Boring,
beginning
you
of
had an
April.
issue because we moved meetings in March for your schedule, so we would try to stay off of that week. But late March, we like to adopt early April so we can get the tax bills out.
Just be aware that that last week in March is the week after Easter, and a lot of people will be out of town.
Yeah, you're going to be into the first week of April because of
Maybe even me.
Easter. All right, so we will set it up for the first budget work session that we have with the fire chiefs. You don't need a motion on that, do you? We're just going to set that up. The second was a resolution, and I made a mistake on this before, let me correct, was to approve a resolution for Ida Mae Gresham for her 100th birthday, a resolution from the board. Just to give Mr. Cully and Mr. Parton the opportunity to actually write one, and I'll go by and sign it. It'll come from the board. They're actually meeting. They're having the party for Miss Gresham March 1st, so it's the same night that we meet. So this is our last meeting before that. Any,
You need a motion to have staff direct the resolution and prepare it
And
as
I
soon
will-
as possible
yes, sir.
for Ms. Ida Mae Gresham's 100th birthday. I so move.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second for the resolution. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So that is taken care of also.
Katrina Cook?
Well, Katrina Cook is the daughter that actually, the granddaughter that
Oh.
asked for it. That's where I made my mistake, is it was for
Got it.
Ida Mae Gresham, and I didn't read far enough in the email. Next, capital projects update and calendar.
Just gave you an update of the capital projects. If you had any questions, we've had pretty detailed second quarter budget report already this evening, and our informational calendar is pretty much just the next two meetings in March, March 1st and March 15th. So unless you have any questions, that's really all we have.
And Pam had emailed me about a date for Farm Bureau. And they're looking in March. because you're not going to have many of us. They want late March, so. Because we know that we moved our board meetings, so it could be typically March. Do you think they would do, is the first week in April, Farm Bureau is trying to set up their annual meeting in Port Royal that we generally attend, and they've asked us for some dates, and March seems to just be gone, with Easter being in March. The end of March is gone. We've moved our meeting to the 15th.
Move your Farm Bureau meeting late because the kitchen's being redone in Port Royal.
Oh, so it needs to be in April.
It works out.
That does work out. Anybody have any particular dates in April that are bad? The first week in April. Anything after the first week in April? Does that work? I would tell them, what's the week between our board meetings?
Of April?
Of April.
Oh, I'm gone.
You're gone?
I'm gone, but that's okay.
You sure?
Don't stop for me, that's all right.
Well, I was just going to give them that week and let them pick. Tuesday night. So if we do it the week between our two board meetings? We have two in April, don't we? No, it's one. The 12th. So anytime after that. And you can tell them the Port Royal Volunteer Fire Department kitchen is under renovation, won't be ready in March anyways. I believe we are complete. A motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. Motion to
Oh,
adjourn.
you're correct. I'm tired. Closing board comments.
One of the citizens mentioned the reassessment.
I was going to go there too.
That will be done when, Mr. Cully? We're still working on it because they haven't done a lot. But it will take effect for this June's budget cycle, won't it? Takes effect
January
1st, right.
I'm not happy that they haven't completed that on time by any stretch, but
Yep.
yeah, this past January. The values will be effective then. We don't have them yet, but that's when they go effective. That's what. And so that's what we were having to try to base the budget on. Is unknown values. But
Didn't they have some performance clauses in there?
they had to finish, but I don't know that there's a penalty for not finishing.
See, now, we just had somebody who they just visited their house
Right, I know of a staff member they just visited on February 6th,
in February, and they were supposed to mail those out.
February 12th.
That's what they told, when I asked back in November about that, they were going to mail those the second week in February. So we are now past that, and they're still not done.
They came to my house at the end of January. So.
So we have no recourse?
I mean, you pay them for the parcels they've done, so you pretty much paid them everything all along. So you're only holding out about 5%, minus what few parcels they still have to do.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Long?
Mr. Cully, the assessment group is hired and selected by the Commissioner of Revenue, correct?
No, by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything else then.
They don't work for the commissioner.
Trust me, I voted against them 3 times.
Let me ask you this. If we don't accept their findings and we had to redo the reassessment,
The cost is on you. You'd have to, if they were to get the state to say that what they've done is within value, the state comes and reviews it, and if the state says the assessment's correct, then you just don't want it, then you just have to do another one. Oh, yeah, completely pay for it. So, I mean, I don't know that what they've done is incorrect. That would have to be, you have a board of assessors that have been overseeing that, and that's where the first appeals will go, is to that board of assessors. You've put in place a board of equalization that will be a standing committee until the end of this calendar year to review any other appeals that are out there, and, I mean, you move forward. I mean, I would like to think when we have to do this again, we will, keep this in mind as they interview again, that they couldn't complete on time.
And, well, okay, my point there is they haven't gone through the appeals process. We will be doing the budget, setting the tax rate, and still they'll be working on the appeals process.
We can't even set a tax rate without that done, because we have to advertise the normalized rate.
We have to set a tax rate by the end of April.
End of April.
So, to give the Commissioner of Revenue a chance to
Send bills out.
bills out.
Correct.
So the Commissioner of Revenue to send it over to the Treasurer, and she sends bills out. So we're caught between a rock and a hard place in that sense. So we never know what the tax rate is.
I can't tell you what the tax rate is. We would have to advertise a normalized.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We
That's all we can
don't
do.
even know what the normalized rate is. Okay.
We can't collect any more money than just a smidge more through a reassessment, or, less, whichever, but.
Either or. Okay.
You're allowed to collect a little bit more without it being considered a tax increase, but it's not much.
Okay. Well, that was my question on the reassessment. And last is, I would ask the board's concurrence that we put on the agenda for our next meeting the possibility to waive the fee for special exception requests for any carry-out restaurants that are in the industrial area until June 1st, because the gentleman we had out here had already spent $8,000 on the property, and I didn't know that until I caught him in the hallway. So he would be spending $10,000 to open up a carry-out restaurant that, people will go to. And I understand the board's decision to say by right wasn't a good idea, but he's the only one we have. And to make him pay another $2,000 after he's already invested $8,000 in the project, we're killing the business before it even gets off the ground. So, if the chair would allow that to be on the agenda, I would appreciate it.
We can put it on the agenda, because I think we're going to have to look for a mechanism to do that.
Well, the board has the authority to waive fees or reimburse fees.
Mr. Fincham, do we have that ability?
I just told you we did.
Well,
I believe the board can reimburse fees. I don't think you can waive them.
Yeah,
okay.
I said waive or reimburse.
We can add that to the agenda for March the 1st.
March 1st? I would appreciate that. Right.
Mr. Forehand, closing board comment?
I have none.
No. Ms. Long?
Thank you, everybody that hung in with us.
Mr. Underwood?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Black?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Thomas and I have already discussed reassessment, which was what I was going to talk about, so I have none. Now I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Doesn't matter.